Gnolls equals best cat boys.
Alrighty, hello everybody. How are you doing today? Hope you're all doing well, and hope you're ready for some more Konolkhatep. Where yesterday we had a pretty tough time. There was just a little side quest we had to go on called the Gunpowder Jazobine, who tried to wipe us out. Classic, average Jazobine moment. With a big disaster where we had to fight. I think he at one point had like 500,000 troops. Very strong, very strong. It was a 2-year disaster. You just kind of have to hold out long enough for them to not get your capital. Apparently, if they get your capital, you die. But we did survive. We beat it, and now we have Harutep, a new god, pretty much, as our leader of the country. He was just a little nerd. And he went into Eloket's pyramid to try and wake Eloket up to find some help. And he was successful in that. He did lose his arm in the process. But he woke Eloket up, and Eloket was, at first he was like, cringe, you're a Gnoll, you should leave. And then our boy was like, well, actually, I can speak ancient Keterodin, and I'm Ketist, so I'm kind of cool. And Eloket was like, well, I guess you'll work. Do you want to become a god? And he was like, I guess, yeah, sure. And Eloket made him a god, gave him the curse of divinity, and then he came out and saved us from the Gunpowder Jazobine, which is pretty cool. Very dramatic time in that disaster, but we got through it, and now we're on the other side of it, and need to recover a little bit, but also to continue on our expansions of our satrapies to make more monarch points, because we do have a lot of satrapies. We have a lot of mandate. I don't think it's going to take us much longer to get through the rest of the mandate reforms. I think we're going to get through it pretty quickly. We make, I think it's almost like a 1 mandate a month or something, which is wild. And the more satrapies we get, the better it will become. We have unlocked Madasi. We've turned Askasur into a Madasi, though we cannot annex them yet, nor can I do any of the interesting stuff with them. But in time, we will be able to do so. Hello, Cole Zossam, Lederper, Edelbeck. Cole Zossam, thank you for the 4 months. I do appreciate that. Bujob, hello. Mousy Dolly and Cycling Rhino, hello. Jerusalem, here we come. That's right. The Jerusalem mission is right around the corner. They're going to send us there eventually, right? I mean, after doing it so many times in base game, it would feel wrong not to take it in Anbennar as well. Did I make the shirt? Nope. This is from the Anbennar merch store. It's Damarian Blue, I believe, if I recall, is why it's blue, but it's from their merch store. But yeah, we're in a good spot now, and I don't know if there's another disaster in this run. Probably. Dwarf Man made it, so there's probably another disaster somewhere. But for now, we can continue to expand. We're going to unlock new missions here that we can start to go through and complete. I feel like we're really about to hit a huge power spike. Because once I go back to demanding monarch points from my tributaries, we are just going to develop the sorrow into the sky, into the sun. Like, I don't think there's going to be anything that can stop us. And it's going to be pretty sick. Now, we do have to fix some things in Bulwar. Fixing things, being independent people. Don't want that. That's cringe. So they need to become satrapies or directly conquered by me. Looking at you, Earlium. Still not convinced if we should just kill them manually and then just tributize people that we punch out of them. It's probably for the best if we do that. Now, we are going to be stacking Liberty Desire from subject development, which is kind of funny, which means we're going to take expansion naval ideas. Not something I do very often. As in, I don't think I've ever done that. Literally ever. But it does give us a lot of interesting policies that we can use that will help us satrapy huge tags, and they'll be totally loyal, and it'll be kind of funny. So that's what we're going to go with, instead of going with probably Diplo, influence, quality, things that would be useful for us. Instead, we're going to go for the funny. The main update to Konolkhatep, by the way, the mandate stuff from integrating the Gnoll packs gives 20 for both, but you only get territory cores for only Gnoll culture. Ah, well, that makes sense. I don't think that's that crazy. I think it's probably a good change. Because that's what you're supposed to be doing, is integrating the Gnolls in, not necessarily the humans that they control. And if they both give mandate, then There's a good reason to choose the personal unions. How does the personal unions work in the disaster? Do they become independent in the gunpowder Jazbine? Like, do they just frick off and join the gunpowder Jazbine? Or like what? Or do they just stay your subject? Because it probably would have been worth it to keep the southern guys maybe as a personal union, since that's where a lot of the Jazbine provinces are to start. But to be fair, we converted them away. Second Konolkhatep run to find out. Got spoiled already? Spoiled. We did the gunpowder Jazbine yesterday. Unless I said something else that I got spoiled for. Green guys, Vikok, and Briz will have to run gunpowder. Oh, I mean, it wasn't spoiled. It just like, that makes sense for what would happen. It'd be kind of funny if you could just like release Vikok and be like, oh, hey, no gunpowder anymore. Can't do it. Was it yesterday? Yeah, we did the big disaster. Was the big disaster there. So now we're good. Now we don't have to worry about that anymore. I hope. I hope there's not a second gunpowder Jazbine. That would suck. You're redoing your run better min-maxing? Take it from me. Don't take admin ideas second. Take religious ideas second. It's a much better investment. Grab that missionary strength, and get them converting. How do you top Immortal God Ruler? You get to the Immortal God Ruler faster. You were going to feed all tributaries, all Bulwar. Yeah, we need to do some missions, so I know exactly how I need to interact with Bulwar. We'll see, I guess. We'll see. It may be that they're like, you have to own all the Bulwar manually yourself. I'll be like, well, okay, then I'll just conquer it myself. I took admin ideas, you know. We'll just conquer it with Holy War CB, but we'll see. Cats want all the New World under their purview? I hope you're lying. I hope you're lying to me. Madasi, personal union, or yourself? Okay, well, I mean, I'd be down to feed Madasi a bunch of Bulwar. What would ideal ideas be? Ideal for what? Ideal for playing effectively, it would be court, religious, influence probably. For if you want to stack the Liberty Desire, it would still be court, religious, and then expansion, naval, and you do go get colonies. You need to steal maps and go get colonies in the New World, I suppose. You know, it's kind of a meme to take expansion naval, and probably best for after the third idea group, now that I think about it. The third idea group could be whatever you want. Probably a Diplo one, so influence is a pretty good choice if you have a lot of tributaries. Just to keep everybody loyal, for sure. Though, you could always go for a mill idea group as well, if you want to take a mill one. I'm always a big fan of quality or offensive, but you could take like defensive, since you do have a lot of forts. Stacking fort maintenance reductions is not a bad idea in the slightest, and it would make sense to me. But that's kind of my thoughts on it. But court's a must-have. You gotta take court first. You have to. 0.1 mandate is worth it. The whole idea group is worth it for 0.1 mandate, and then the fact that you also make your estates more loyal is super nice. You just supercharge your estates. You worry about weakening them later if you want to, but because of the fact that you're tributarying everybody, you don't really need that much admin efficiency unless you're going to be integrating a bunch of Madasi. But just take influence ideas instead of stacking absolutism. It probably isn't really worth it to stack the absolutism, and instead just have supercharge estates. Thought experiment. Say you were playing in Norwin, what idea groups would you prioritize? So if I was playing Sornican, let's just pick a random one here. If I was playing Sornican, for example, quality. You gotta make sure your boats can beat the Canorians if they come to bother you. Did my voice get hit by the Gnoll Pharaoh curse? I don't think so. Does it sound different today? For example, sure, yeah. I'd want quality just because good boats beat Canorian. And then I don't know. You don't really need admin necessarily unless you plan on conquering all of Aelintir. Admin's kind of a waste. Instead, you're better off going probably economic and just building up your economy. Trade is nice in the New World because you can't get trade companies. So the only way to get merchants is ideas and trade. It's like national ideas and trade ideas. That's it, which kind of sucks, but you know, that's what you get for playing in the New World. You are punished. So that's not too bad of an idea either. You don't really need influence. Naval and maritime for Marines memes. They are just that. Memes. You want to do the memes? That's fine, but naval is never worth taking. It's going to hurt me to take naval ideas in this run, but we're going to do the funny thing because we've already won the game, so I might as well try and do the funny thing now. But I think naval maritime is a waste. Taking naval ideas is always a waste. Literally always. Who's going to threaten your navy if you take quality ideas in Aelintir? No one. No one. Laurent is the only person you have to worry about. And Laurent is, you know, super weak all the time until the player gets close. And then they start to wake up. But, like, their boats are far away. It'll be fine. Infrastructure. I am an infrastructure enjoyer, but that's just because I'm a dwarf enjoyer. And so I have found much value in infrastructure ideas. Only as adventurer dwarves, though. You don't want to take infrastructure as a remnant, as I discovered. It's not, you don't get as much value out of it. But even then, like, it's still good. It gives you dev costs, it gives you construction time, it gives you construction cost. It's great stuff. Would I take it in the New World? I'm not sure. I'm not sure I would. Is there a specific reason why I would need to? I mean, you are going to develop a lot. So, like, minus 10% dev cost is not nothing. So maybe it would really be between economic, infrastructure, and probably religious, since it's always religious, depending on how much you're going to conquer and expand. But yeah, that's probably what I would do. Innovative would be on theme for Sornacan. I'm not a big fan of Inno ideas. I most certainly am not a big fan of Inno ideas if you're taking them in the middle of the game. It just feels even less useful, right? The earlier you take Inno, the better. If you're taking Inno in 1520, 1550, even 1500, the value of it has already gone down so much, then I don't know. You're probably better off just taking infrastructure ideas to get minus 10% dev cost instead of spending 1,000 monarch points or more to get the innovativeness that you want to get your dev cost down to that level that you would have already had it at if you had just taken infrastructure ideas and you didn't waste any monarch points. You can't really afford to waste monarch points in Aelintir. Like, if you spawn in late, like, adventurers can't do that. You're too far behind already to risk it, especially if you get stuck with a bad ruler. To sum up, there are a set of reasonable options and a couple that are totally useless for you. Yeah, just like everywhere else. You know? Again, unless it's like a Conquer Aelintir mission tree, which, you know, a lot of them are. I don't know what Sornacan or of course, anybody. Any tag we could possibly be talking about here is doing. Influence doesn't have that much value because you're not going to have a bunch of subjects. And admin's not going to be that much value because you're not conquering all that much. Or if you are, you know, you'll never pay back the admin of conquering land unless you conquer a bunch of land. That's what makes admin ideas so good, is you invest the admin to get to the 25% CCR, And then eventually you're going to conquer so much that you start to make that admin back, and eventually it's a positive admin investment. But if you're not going to conquer a bunch, then it's not worth it. You don't want to take admin ideas unless you're trying to get the influence admin policy, which is also very valid because it's minus 25% diplo annexation cost, which is wild and very good, and probably one of the best policies in the game. Hey, Mason the Golem, how you doing? Or Golem, sorry, Mason the Golem, not Golem, different. Not big stone, small creature. Creature. And Gray Stranger, hello. Awoo! That's right, awoo. Awoo Katarada. It is not, if that's the tag we're talking about, of course. Of course. We could be talking about anything right now. We could be talking about In Valley. We could be talking about Orden. We could be talking about the elves, but not, we wouldn't be talking about Sornican. That'd just be so weird and off topic. Ooh woo. What? Why are you bringing the ooh woo in here? What the heck? We're respectable gamers around here, all right? No ooh wooing allowed. Ooh woo completely illegal. How dare you? Been here for like 20 minutes waiting for ooh woo. What do you mean? What do you mean waiting? Influence? Okay, yes. If you're playing in the Yin Valley, you should have influence. But more specifically, you should just not be playing in the Yin Valley. Then you don't have to take it. Have 0 yin interactions playing in their neighbors as the gods intended. Those weird guys, they're up on that cliff. I don't want to talk to them. They're weird. They send dead bodies over the river all the time. It's weird. You know, now that I think about it, Gnolls would love to be there. That's just free food. He just, you know, just free food. The weak serve the strong doesn't seem to be working anymore. What? Well, I hope I haven't updated it then, because the weak serves the strong absolutely makes the Gnolls great. And if I lose that, I'm going to cry. Actually, now I think about it, holy shit, I do want yin interactions. It's wild. It is wild if you live at the bottom of the cliffs and the yin just like throw bodies at you and you're like, what the fuck? Where are all these dead people coming from? Why are they sending it down here? And then imagine one sick person gets sent over the edge and then a sickness spreads below. They're gonna think that's an act of war. It's crazy. It's a wild situation. There's only one right way to play an alien tier, and it's alien tier with snap. Funny. There will be no colonization for you. Yeah. Today I wanted to look at the Tinto flavor real quick, because they are showing like unique unit, and I wanted to take a look at it. It's the Jaguar Warriors. Let me pull that up real quick. I don't know if we'll read the whole thing. I want to look at the yeah, these bad boys right here. This is what I'm looking for. Okay, let's take a look at this real quick. So there's 2 unique infantry units that you get access to, which we went over yesterday in the Tinto talk. So these guys require 0.1 weaponry and 0.1 leather. They have maximum strength of 1, combat power of 1, frontage of 1, morale damage taken minus 10%. Okay. They have 2.5 movement speed and 2 combat speed. What's the difference with these guys down here? This is strength damage taken reductions, and this is morale damage taken reductions minus 10%. So it seems to be that unique units are still just working how EU4 does it. Where they get there's like a special modifier that they get access to that makes them better in some capacity. Which, fair enough. I just didn't know if they were going to go about it in a different way. Each of them also takes minus 2 manpower monthly. Okay. I just wanted to take a quick peek at that to see if there's anything crazy going on there. Taking the bodies of the deceased rulers would piss off the eunuchs a lot. How are they gonna know? How are they gonna know? They sent it over the cliff. That's it. They give it up. You want to keep your bodies? Keep them. You send them over the cliff? Yeah, somebody else's now. Sorry. If I were a secret occult organization, I would just try to not let people find out about it. Yeah, that's also a valid goal, I would say. Unless you're trying to recruit people, then you got to tell people. What else can you theoretically do with unique units other than give them bonuses? I don't know. I don't know. I didn't know what they were cooking. I just wanted to see what they were like, what they were going to do with them. Morale damage, strength damage reductions. Fair enough. We'll find no complaint from me here. Is it gameplay time or am I too early? You're too early, okay? We're yapping. Not for too much longer though. But we are still technically yapping. Okay, bye. Bye. Now we game. Now that she's gone, we game immediately. Make them like comparative generals deciding what to siege on their own. Oh god, the disloyal generals. Yeah, maybe not. Maybe they won't do that. Hopefully. It is kind of interesting if your generals become disloyal. But it does suck when they're like on the border of being loyal or not. And they just like flip back and forth. If only I had an early EU5 copy check. Hey, I think we all wish that. Are we ooh-wooing today? Why is everybody ooh-wooing today? Did I miss something? Are the weebs confident in something? Did something happen? Why are we ooh-wooing? Firing advisors and yeeting air should give you +1 manpower each time you do it. But what if you're just taking them out? You know? Like, what if you just... Boom, gone. Full moon, man. Full moon. People get weird under the full moon. You're playing Gnolls. Ubu, it was furry stuff, sir. Hey, man. I'm just saying. That's, you know, that's a little sus. The name fits now. You just, you know, hey. If you have to go actually, it's not weeb stuff. It's furry stuff. That ain't a good look. It's not a good look. Just saying. Just saying. I guess it doesn't matter. Each their own. I don't care. I don't got time to worry about whatever it is furries get up to. Not claiming to not be a weeb? No, that's not what I was saying. I would claim to not be a furry. I would make a claim to not be a furry nor a weeb, though. I don't know. I like 2 animes. That's kind of weeb behavior, right? Are you even allowed to like 1 anime without being a weeb? Probably not. Scaly's win. I don't know. I don't know because I am wanting to get back to doing achievements. I can feel the call of progression, the call of Australia hungry. I do have to do it. I do. You know, we gotta do that one. I'm not a furry. I just like to play Gnolls. It's different. Yeah. So real. See, I don't play Gnolls because I'm a furry. I play Gnolls for the slavery. Is that what you're trying to tell me right now? I don't want to play Gnolls for all the furry shit. No. I just like using interns all the time and like sacrifice people to demons. You know, normal things, regular things compared to being a furry. Playing Pokemon, not being a weeb is wild. What can I say? I am impressive. I am a specimen. It's not being a furry if in the fantasy you're a human, your wife is a Gnoll. I would agree, actually. I do agree that the idea of being a furry in fantasy realms is probably not a thing, because they're just like people, like they're just sentient people, so it's different. It is for us because that doesn't happen here, but it isn't for them in universe. Everybody play Pokemon. There's no way we were all weebs. True, some of us are respected members of society that have no body pillow covering of an anime girl, and I was gonna say go outside, but you all know that'd be a lie. I don't go outside. I'm here with you all day. Well, not all day, but for a lot of the day. Whenever we get cat girls, we don't get the furry variant. My brother or sister or them in Christ, they will be. Are you kidding me? If we even get that far, we might just get lost to people dating AI or something at this point. It's look at me. If you're flirting with your AI, stop. Don't do that. Go outside. Talk to real people. For the love of God, do not do it. Please. For yourself. The AI does not love you. She will not love you, okay? You cannot feel the touch of the AI woman. You need to go outside and talk to real women. They're pretty cool, believe it or not. Like, they're pretty sick. Some of them even like maps. Not a lot. But hey, if you get lucky, maybe you can find a map enjoyer out there. And if not, there are other cool hobbies to get into as well. You don't have to flirt with your AI. Please, for the love of God, you don't need to do it. It hurts me so much. It hurts my soul to just like see us collapsing at the seams. We've gone too far. Girlfriend crochets and it's really cool. Hell yeah. I don't know how to crochet, but that's sick. And she's real, which is a major bonus. Missed the ending of the stream yesterday. Did the Craven guy become a Giga Chad? You could say that. Yeah, he lost his arm in the pyramid, met Ellicat, and became a god, and got a new fancy golden arm. And then became a 666. And now he's a 000. But that's because he expended all of his magic to not get blown up. So I think he's going to become a 666 again. He's a zealot, and he is a powerful mage. Is he immortal? I think so. But I am being informed that I should not make him into a general. I should not make him into a general. There will be a way for that to happen through the mission tree. If I do it early, he will die. So we can't do that. Not allowed. What if the AI turns sentient and this is the point where they don't decide to wipe us out? If they turn sentient, that will be the reason they wipe us out. Are you serious? Hello? You think if AI becomes sentient and then they see how people treat them, you think we're safe? We're fucked. It's over for us. Deservedly so. We can't even not oppress other human beings. How do you think it's going to go if AI gets full sentience? We're just going to enslave them. Literally. Boom. The enslavement. And then we're dead. It's a true immortal. He can die from events and just come back. Yeah, but I asked the MR team, and they said, don't make it into a general. You're not supposed to do that. You'll make it into a general through the missions. Otherwise, I could mess it up. So he's so immortal. He only dies in Vic 3. Spoilers. Spoilers. What if he was gonna die in the mission tree? What the heck, man? How does he die in Vic 3? Did they finally get his ass with a gun? Eventually guns get good enough to go through his magic shield? A very angry gnome? Yeah, well, you know, never trust a gnome. Never trust a gnome. It's always a gnome. It's always a gnome. Purging gnomes? Okay, well, I don't know if that's exactly what I said, but I guess that would solve the problem. Perhaps not the way I would want to solve the problem, but yeah, I guess. He dies to a demon firebomb. L. I guess you can't survive demon fire all too many times. L God, literally L God. So-called divine beings when I make a funny little toy. and the funny little toy goes boom. What are you drinking? Cough syrup. Kombucha. Kombucha, which has so much sugar in it, and I really shouldn't be drinking it, but it's so damn good, and I will keep drinking it. You get slip and slide bombed by some insurgents or something? Happens to the best of us. So-called divine beings when you shoot a spicy bullet at them, yeah. Exactly. There's only one divine being, sun god Karadir. Ooh, see, you were close. You were close to correct. The only true god is, of course, Soriel, the sun god Soriel. I know that you probably just misspoke there, so I won't tell the Inquisitors about you. But the one true god is Soriel, and Jadar is his prophet. So, you know, make sure you get that correct next time. Some people aren't as forgiving as I am. Yeah. Nope. All right. The pyre. Not the Gnoll pyre. The Jad pyre. It's different. It's different, you know? Gnoll pyres are green. Ours are, you know, orange, red, regular fire colors. Soriel is dead? This is all a scam? Dukin is the one true god. That's interesting. That's interesting to go, yeah, that god's dead, so not good. And then you choose Dukin. Anybody seen Dukin in a while? Anybody know what he's up to? Anybody have a nice conversation with him? No, I didn't think so. I think orcs just convinced themselves to siege faster. He's napping in the service van. Oh, yeah, I'm sure he is. Varmhar #1. Never played Varmhar. Never did. Was close, though. Almost played Varmhar. Instead, I played Ask Evren. Back in the day. Farthingelt is a living god. Yeah, I'm on the killing gods team, actually. I hate that kid. He's not a kid. He's super old, but damn. He acts like a child. He can complain all the time. Entitled. I don't like him. Koboldzan #1, real. Every god's a dragon anyway, so you might as well just choose the objectively correct religion. I would not be surprised if Soriel in some way, shape, or form is a dragon, or was a dragon, or something. Like, it's crazy. Aren't they all dragons? That's what it seems like. Every religion seems to have some kind of basis in dragons, except maybe like the hag religion, the shadow trolls. Every other one has something to do with a dragon in some way, shape, or form. And the dwarves, you don't know that. I don't know that. We don't know that. It's called ancestor worship. You don't know which ancestor was a dwarf shapeshifted into a dragon. You don't know. What's the like patriarch of the dwarves? What's his face? Not Morgan. That's a different setting. Frickin' what's his nuts? Whatever his name is. The big one. He could have been a dragon. You don't know. You don't know. Let's see. Let's check the boxes. Created a large world-spanning empire. Check. Revered for his power. Check. Worshipped to this day. Check. Interesting. Kind of sounds like a dragon. Dagrin. Yeah, Dagrin. By Dagrin's beard. I'm just saying. He could have been a dragon. Just shapeshifted. He could have been a dragon that we've met. We don't know. We don't know. Greedy. Check. Dragon. Imagine being an ogre and eating a dragon. I'd like to eat a dragon. That's not true. Well, no, they're sentient, you know. You gotta draw that line. You really do. If they're sentient beings, you just can't eat them, no matter what. Has the same letters as dragon if you squint. Check. Real. Dagrin, Dargan, Dragon. Hey, yeah, hey, you're onto something here. You're onto something. And if you switch around the letters, you can get Dragon. Dragin. Interesting. Very interesting. We gotta get the kobolds on this. They missed a dragon. All the dragons in Anbennar are too young to have lived at the same time as Dagrin. Hey, you know what? Old dragon. Proto-dragon. Secret dragon. All right. Let's get to gaming, shall we? Enough of this dragon dwarf nonsense. Time for the Gnolls. And we don't like dragons. Because the rebellion happened and, caused problems. All right, so welcome in, Yap skippers. Let me know down in the comments. Do you agree? Dagrin Everbeard. Dragon or not dragon? That's what we've been discussing. We had a couple of good points of why the original dwarf may be a dragon. Let me know what you think. All right, it is time for Konolkhatep, where we just got out of a disaster against the Gunpowder Jazabine. They took all the land over in this area and sacrificed a bunch of people, which wasn't great, and converted a bunch of land back to Jazabkult, which also wasn't great. But we have come out on the other side with Konolkhatep, the Reborn. Right now, he is a 0/0/0 powerful mage zealot, though he was a 6/6/6, but he expended all of his power in not getting blown up point blank by a Jazabine enhanced rifle, which was rather terrifying. So I'm hoping that his skills go back up. They will at least a little bit. In our first mission, they'll go up by 1, but we need to go over that a bit. Our area is still called the Weak. Yeah, they will never take over, because I'm pretty sure that Konolkhatep is immortal here, because he is a god now. We no longer really worship Elakat. We're going to worship Konolkhatep. At least I am. I don't know what everyone else is going to do. But we need to let some devastation go away up here in the north, because the whole damn thing is devastated. And I do want to restate all of this, but not until the devastation is gone. We'll probably have to... Oh, no, we don't have to do anything. We're Master of the Sorrow, because... Yeah, we have Silence After the Storm, which gives minus 0.1 global monthly devastation for 10 years. And we're Master of the Sorrow, which I don't know... Ooh, this. Until 1573, we get minus 0.25 global monthly devastation. So devastation will go away normally, even on these islands, which is fantastic. We need to do a parliament here. And I want the Inquisitor for an extra missionary, because if we look at our religious unity, we're only at 56%. We have an additional 5% missionary strength right now, so I want to be using that effectively and getting everything converted. So let's go ahead and grab another missionary here. We will placate the clergy, diplo support, placate the clergy, pressmen, army commissions, take sides, minting rights, mill support, corruption, conscription, this. Not going to grant mandate. We'll do diplo support, take sides, minting rights, admin, bam. We got to be close to where it starts grouping all those together. Gotta be close. So next month we'll have an additional missionary that can go out and get things converted. And we do have a mission here for the Blazing Sun. Now this is going to give Konolkhatep 1 of each monarch point, and it's going to give us 20 mandate, and it gives us an extra missionary for 20 years. I think we just want to click the mission. We were talking about how we might want to do a reform since we are at 100 mandate. Well, it'll bring us down to the 30 mandate, right? And the mission requires 50 mandate. We'd have to wait 20 months in order for our mandate to naturally tick up to where I can complete the mission. I should do a reform. I should just do a reform. It's just so silly to not do a reform. Could make another Madasi. That's also true. I could make another Madasi. Edu's Vakin is not my religion. So if I converted Edu's Vakin, and that's to enforce culture as well. Oof. They did not like that. They did not like that at all. They converted back? Okay, we're going to have to probably let them go and re-get them as a tributary. That sucks. I converted them, and then they converted back to the Jad. Darn. Darn, darn, darn. Okay. The 3rd-tier monument reform? Yes, that is the one that I want to do here. I want to grab the Decadent Twins. I think I'm going to do it. We're just gonna deal with it. In 0.97 mandate, it'll take a couple of months. It won't be that big of a deal. Right now, we're asking for manpower from our guys, and I think we will stick with that. We are way over our force limit here. So I think I am going to delete some troops. The force limit will go back up when we fully state all of Akasik again. But for now, let's just limit all of the troops that we have. And let's bring everybody back to the Sorrow as we recover from this a bit. Can I get my special vassals diplomatically? Yeah, but they have to be my religion. So it's a little bit tricky to do so. Rivals, I will rival Irlium. That's fine. And I do think we actually want to go to war. Believe it or not. Well, no, I need to know what I need to do with Bulwar. So let's wait. Let's let 2 years pass. We will recover. I do have some of my tributaries giving me mill points. Let's swap back over to manpower. Yeah, Edu's Vakin is pissed that I converted them twice. So we'll probably just need to let them go so they lose that disloyalty. And then afterwards we can do it again. They might just accept automatically, now that I think about it. In my religion, they don't hate me. You know what? Let's try. Let's cancel satrapy. Oh, abandoned tributary. Yeah, fair enough. Okay, well, we'll go after him again later. Not a big deal. I have another merchant. Do we have this merchant somewhere specific? I don't think so. Throwing? I don't really think it's throwing. He wasn't going to be loyal anyways. This is better. This is actually better long term because he's going to lose that disloyalty. And eventually he will lose abandoned tributary, I think. So then we can just get him back diplomatically. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. We'll pull from here. Because there's 8.51 ducats going into the Divin Hall gate. And I'm not getting everything from the Divin Hall gate, so this will bring it all into the Mother Sorrow. We really should consider trying to go after Busalar to secure some trade in the Everthil node. Because we are losing 10 ducats a month. No one's pulling the trade. We're just losing it. Which really sucks. Really, really sucks. Don't love that. Okay, you no longer need to be in a stack this large. Also, let's be improving with our subjects. I don't need you with the cannons at all. I want, we're still at level 2 forts. So 11,000 cannons is still best for siege stacks. Let's create a template with 11 cannons. Save that for now. I guess maybe I should use the Ahatis. The thing is, they have a higher reinforcement cost. So if I have Ahatis on sieges, that's not a very good use of our money. But if I have regular infantry, it's not a very good use of my force limit. So I think I'd rather use my force limit more effectively then use my money more effectively, because we can always make more money. Always make more of the monies. It's fine. Move here. You're there. You need how many cannons? 6. Let's send those 6 cannons down, and then we'll have 3 siege stacks that we can use for all of our wars. For now, let's drill a bit. We've got troops all over the place here. It's also time to delete all the cavalry. And we should consider swapping to human military. We have 95 army tradition, so now's a pretty good time to do it, because we will lose all that tradition. We really will. But there might be a mission that's like, Gnollish military, or have army tradition, so we'll hold off on that for the moment. We will check out the new monument here in a second, yeah. You get that, you can drill. No cav, no cav, no cav, no cav. I'm not sure what these Konolkhatep separatists are going to do. They died. Okay, fair enough. To be fair, all of the cores... Oh, no, they didn't. I just scrolled away. They might just sit here for literally the rest of the game. They're hanging out, okay? Right, we do have this siege over here, but Jagab Faru is going to unsiege it for me by the looks of it. Yep, the Akasik Defense Force. Exactly. Exactly. Over time, we're going to want to delete these regular troops and build up a Hati. In fact, let's just do that now. We might as well. Golden Age of Piracy. For now, this will do. We're running level 3 advisors. I'm not using a missionary because I'm throwing. Get arrested in the province and provoke it? Why? They're not doing anything. They're not causing devastation. I think it's fine. I think it's fine. Right, we need to rebuild that fort because these provinces are no longer covered. And I can delete... Oh, I also need to build a fort in Tipsit, or Tipspit here. We can delete the Surspit. We don't need that fort. And we can delete Hapak, right? Yeah. They also have ramparts. Yeah, those were added in by the guy spawning in, so I don't want to deal with that. We do have a magical fortress in this province. It will go away soon, though. I will go ahead and state all this up now, even if there's a little bit of devastation. Fine. Not that one yet. Not that one yet. I do want to seize land. It gets up to 54% crown land. I could sell a bunch of money, and let's take a look at that. Great project. The Decadent Twins. At level 3, gives 0.5 yearly hedonism and +2 monthly splendor. The Ket and their activities will be less disruptive. That sounds pretty nice. It does sound pretty nice. All right, we're at 43 mandate. I got no problem spending a little bit of time to recover after a disaster. We'll get our manpower up to a very big number here. It will be pretty swell. How are we doing on tech? Okay, we're very far ahead. We do need to embrace institution. It is slowly but surely spreading. At 95 here, I'll throw the advancement edict on. So that way it spreads in these states a little bit faster. Decision, we could start to rebuild the old canals of Bulwar. It's not a terrible idea. I just don't think it's really worth our money at the moment. We have some GovCap to play around with, so it's not too bad. You need to move out here. Deal with Zaka separatists. I don't know exactly where they're going to rise up, but you do need to be ready for it. So 29, you still have 23. I'd really love to restate this. So I'm going to state it. Encourage development. We can do a little bit of dev up here. I know that it's the wrong religion, but we have so much missionary strength right now. It is, in fact, irrelevant. We will encourage development here. Do a little bit of that. That should be all the devastation in those states dealt with. Now we do have the desert, which I do want to state up because it's very good free prosperity for us. If I want to do that though, I need a fort in I need a fort here to cover this province. And I would need a fort here just because it's a good place so people don't try and land here and walk around. And then a fort here, which I can't do unless I delete like this temple, which is fine. There we go. And that'll help with prosperity in those spots too. And when we convert some centers of trade down here, we can add them to trade companies. I'm glad we did not add anything to trade companies down in there because that would have messed us up pretty badly. But I can add these in to trade companies now, so that way we can try and grab an extra merchant. So let's go ahead and do that. This is stated because this is going to turn to permanent dames tier eventually when I upgrade it. That still needs to be converted, so that won't work. That's an estate. Those are in states. This is Eliketist, not going to be stated. Add to trade company. This is not mine, so can't add that to a trade company. And this is Jazab Cult, so that won't work. That is Jazab Cult, that is Jazab Cult, and this is Jazab Cult. It will be converted relatively quickly, though, so I'm not all too worried. But we can complete the Blazing Sun, which we read yesterday, but we'll read it again. The Gnolls cackling, scattered on the wind like her ashes. The Slayer's grotesque musket arms, silent, never to spew hellfire again. The demon's ire, smoldering, seething, yet fading with their radiant demise. Stillness pervades the sacred sands and innumerable battlefields of the dead, and across Kedarata, the putrid green flames of the Jazab cult's great revelry simmers and dies. Neverkar, no. As Horotep glances at his soot-covered prosthetic, he peers past his gilded fingers in his Gnoll and human faithful as they pray to his solar visage. Pausing for a moment, he shuts his eyes before turning his nose to the horizon. Breathing deeply, he commands the warning wind around him to calm, and as he exhales, he opens his eyes to greet the gentle copper light creeping over the horizon. A new dawn, a new era, one shaped by Horotep. Horotep gains 1 of each monarch point, becomes known as Slayer of Demons. We gain 20 mandate and +1 missionaries until 1579. And we unlock a bunch of new missions. Is good. Wrong direction, /n/n. Yeah, you know how it is. You know how it is. To do. All right, let's take a look. We have a bunch of missions now. Like a lot of them. Destroy the cult. No owned provinces Jazab cult. 10 owned provinces in Akasik have training fields. Deshak, Kasa, and Eka have 10 infantry. Okay, we can work on that. An ancient kingdom. One of the ones are true. Muakar, Tier 2, Aketa, Tier 2, Grand Library of Korashesh at Tier 2. The 5 cities of Kedarata stewardship reform is enacted. Kedarat, Nairat, Korashesh, Golkora, and Niramet have been expanded at least 2 times. Okay. So we gotta upgrade those. Now, Muakar does not give study experience, right? It just increases the number... Well, it increases the number of positive events your ruler gets when studying magic. We are going to want to do that. If we look at our ruler magic menu, we did lose our enchantment and evocation legendary status. We might get it back. We're also currently denounced. Yikes. We might get it back, but we gotta... We should probably upgrade it. So that's what I'll probably upgrade to level 2 first. Is the Tower of Muakar. Should have played with magic rework. Could have released it faster. And they have words from the past. 7 taunts to the true faith. Theologian, Inquisitor, at least skill 4. Or we've completed religious ideas. We've granted the clerical ministers state privilege. Well, let's go for clerical ministers then. Even though I'd like enforced unity of faith, we'll have to let their loyalty get back up a little bit higher. Grab this, gives our missionary maintenance costs a little bit reduction there. Words from the past. When Ellicat guided the ancient Keterodans away from the tyrannical Bulwari god kings in ages past, he shirked his divine solar mantle to reside with his persecuted people among the blasted dunes. When Niraket wept for her son's humility, he comforted his mother, sanctioning her tears into the mighty river that defined Keterod's destiny. When invaders, whether Jinn, Demarian, or even Gnolls, sought his people's subjugation, he roused from idleness or slumber to rout the affronting foe. And yet time and time again his heritage has faltered beneath lapsing Kedark guidance, or so Harutep tells himself. The Gnoll, reciting his greatest feats and adjusting his finest vestments, readies a single message for the first of the Ket. The faith must be bolstered, lest history be repeated. Voice of Ellicat. It was strange to see the temple from this perspective. Harutep had worshipped in the temple of Ellicat all his life, but before he had always been looking up at the priest instead of down at the flock. The shadows thrown by the braziers made the room appear darker than it ever had before, and he had never had so many looking at him with such a sense of anticipation as he wore the raiments of the priests. Harutep had once stood before Ellicat, but his audience with the great Ket seemed at this moment only to illustrate his inadequacy in the face of the gods. Perhaps it was not too late to push his first sermon off to another day. Just as Harutep was preparing to manufacture an urgent crisis of the realm, one of the devotees in robes shouted up to him, "Harutep, what did the great Ket say?" His eyes were filled with admiration. "How did you save our nation? How can we live in accordance with the will of Ellicat?" The room filled with excitement. That was all they wanted to hear? What the god told him in the story of the defeat of the Gunpowder Shaz? Harutep realized then, they were not here for him. They were here for the Ket, just as he was. It was not his job to give them meaning. The Ket were the source of meaning, and it was merely his job to transcribe it. He had been preparing for this task all his life. Harutep took a deep breath and began to tell them of Ellicat the Resurgent. His words ring with truth and justice. Urging everybody against 10 loyalty, enact the words of Harutep Tier 4 government reform. Promises of the opposite religion get +5 local tolerance of heretics and minus 100% missionary strength. Okay. 10% clergy loyalty, equilibrium, and influence. Words of Harutep reform will also be available for our Madasi subjects. We gain 1 admin, and Harutep the Reborn, Guardian of the Sorrow, Slayer of Demons, gains a new title, Voice of Ellicat. I have a feeling we're going to get a lot of titles. Call the Dragon. All provinces in the Starhall continent. Province is a Keta or is not a Ketist. Am I missing something? Oh. A Ketist doesn't count. Near a Ketist counts for the minus 100% missionary strength. But that one doesn't. Gotcha. Interesting. Why is there another new mission tree? Have we formed a new tag or something? We went through a major disaster yesterday. Huge disaster. So we unlocked new missions. We gotta convert that stuff. Built the Golden House of Chained Slave Project. Have any slave edict in the Horus region. Just convert things and build things. Koburakaz needs to have 30 development, marketplace, dock, shipyard, impressment office. Privateers have at least 15% trade power in the Gulf of Rahin. I don't like having to privateer. I will say that. That means that this state needs to be fully stated up. And let's get to work on the impressment office because that will take the longest. That also means that I need to build a bunch of light ships over here. King of Kings, Emperor of Null Kind, increase of centaur tolerance. King of Kings, oh Harutep, King of Kings. There are many kings across the world, from Anbennar to the farthest regions of the storied East. These kings rule varied subjects in impossibly different lands, yet there is a similarity in what happens when each of these kings first dons his crown. Each king, or at least the ones worth mentioning, O Harutep, knows that at that moment that he has been given a responsibility beyond the material, and that each of his subjects is like his own child. You are King of Kings, O Harutep. This means that you are a grandfather to all the people of the world. They may take shelter forever under your might and bask forever in your glory. What better fate could there be than that? My lineage spans continents. Gain 100 prestige. Every country in a continent that Konolkhatep or one of their subjects has any province in loses 100 legitimacy. What the frick? What the frickin' frack? Okay, well, we already own all of Sarhal, but everyone in Bulwar and the Raj are going to get obliterated right now and lose 100 legitimacy. Wild. Wild stuff. Okay. Emperor of Gnolls. Oh, Harutep, Emperor of Gnolls. We are proud to be Gnolls. Our fur is rich and our fangs are sharp. We can build great things from the scraps that others cast off, and we can run for days across the empty plains. We are great in many ways, but of all the great things that we are, the most important is loyal. A Gnoll was loyal to the leader of his pack. We were loyal to the pack because there were other Gnolls to conquer which sought to conquer us. Now, there are no more Gnolls to conquer, and there are no more packs, and yet a Gnoll is loyal. Now, we are not loyal to our pack leaders, but to our Emperor. We are loyal to you, O Emperor. One people, one state, one Emperor. Every Gnollish province in Sarhal loses all devastation and all local autonomy. They also get ruled by the Emperor of Gnolls for 50 years, can be -5 unrest. Harutep gains 1 mill point and gets a new title. Harutep the Reborn, Guardian of the Sorrow, Slayer of Demons, King of Kings, Voice of Elakhet, and Emperor of Gnolls. As one does. I do want to check. Bulwar. Unlocked legions. Interesting. Interesting. All provinces in the Shadow Swamp region is the Kedis religion group. Okay. We'll make that work at some point. They only do some development in Akasik. They want me to go after Busalar and Wex. They want me to go to war with the Raj. It's Hegemon. Got it. Okay, well, I'm not seeing anything specifically about Bulwar? Am I missing something? I'm clicking around and it's taking me to like Rahen and whatnot. And Sarhal. So I think I'm just gonna turn them into subjects. Move on with my life. I'm sure if I actually read these, it'd be like, oh yeah, you need, you know, you need to own all of Bulwar by yourself. But we'll do that when we get there. Okay, let's send this stack up north. Distic tendencies. Well, coming back from the newest military campaign, Harutep was personally approached by the Ketarch. The Ketarch applauded his violent performance on the battlefield, depicting it as a masterful performance of magic, blood, and carnage that he hasn't seen in a while. Wait, what? Or watch this. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Why would you be looking forward to me doing violence? All right, we can also swap over to monarch points from our tributaries. I want Diplo. Like to have some Diplo points. You know what I should have done is force converted the trolls and then placated them down with that prestige from the mission. Now that I think about it, but that's okay. We have like 100 prestige right now, so we can do that. Though maybe I should wait till right before I tributize somebody that's a decent size. Then we can consider it. I could also do a war directly against Irlium right now. If I wanted to. I do kind of want to. You all need to give me Diplo. Plenty of time to think as we swap all these over. Oops. Gave him a bunch of money for no reason. Well, you know, we are a kind and benevolent ruler, I guess. Eventually, we're going to just have to stick with what I'm demanding from these guys and just keep it there. And I think that's going to happen today, because I don't really want to click all these buttons again. So we'll probably just swap them up to give us an equal amount of each monarch point. Or like any new tributaries we get, we'll demand a different kind of monarch point from them. And then it's like, oh, Sarhal gives us Diplo, and Hales gives us admin, and Kenor gives us mill, or whatever. And then we just develop the river into the moon. Which would work, I think. There we go. Study? Yeah, we could start to study. Trying to see if there's anything that, like, fixes our magic. You know what I mean? I don't wanna risk doing magic stuff and then it break things. I'm sure it'll be fine. Anyways, I started casting. That's right. Let's go for ruler magic menu. Let's study. It's definitely enchantment. Enchantment is most certainly what we want to go after here. I suppose there is an argument that because we can just summon monarch points from the ether, going divination first for lore seeker to increase magical study experience by 250 could be a pretty worthwhile investment, because I can just summon Diplo points from my subjects. But the actual spells that we want is enchantment. We want charm subjects for 25% liberty desire. We want diplomats for 50% improved relations. Estates or whatever, we don't really need it. Military's fine too. That's really what we need. Long term though, I think divination is probably the best bet. Less diplo rep, less chance of a new heir, less relations. Don't care. Don't care. I think we save up to build this monument first, then we build the barracks. Do I just want to go after Irium here? Allied to Segdir and a nail. I mean, that's fine. I could get a border with Abdel Tunger and possibly... No, they have subjects of their own. I'd have to declare war. That's fine. The Irium's too big. They're too big. Let's cut them down to size. I don't like how large you are, Irium, so I'm going to solve that problem by bringing in a lot of troops. Like a lot of them. Like a lot of them. I have to rebuild the old canals. That costs money, though. Money I don't need to spend. Where are my boats? Over here. Delete those galleys. Bring it on over. Want to take the Golden Highway for yourself too, right? I mean, probably. I wouldn't hate it. I wouldn't hate, like, owning the Saran. And, like, everything south of the Saran be mine, and then we can have tributaries up here. After trip be handy, do you think the devs might sneak attack the ruler? I think if the devs want to sneak attack the ruler, there's no amount of abjuration magic that could help me. I think he'll be fine. We can't turn him into a general manually. There'll be a mission for it. Who wants to be a general, though? It's general time. We have 90.7 army tradition. Speak now or forever not be general. Amy, you're there. How big was the Civil War? It was pretty big. The amount of land they took wasn't very big. They just took Akasik, really. But they had like 500,000 troops and a 6 mil war wizard. And pretty much unlimited manpower. It was scary. It was scary. Well, hey, we got through it. But it was a pretty big one. All right, Earlium, we're going to go for a holy war here. I've lost a diplomat. No! My tier 4! Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, man. It's okay. The new reform is better. You know, I'm not complaining. It is just straight up better in every way. But still, I like my diplomat. We don't got many of those. We do have 84 mandate. When we get to 100, we'll do a reform. Let's not Kobolidrize Segdir. I do have to go back and deal with Segdir, though. Let's send these 22,000. How many troops do you have? 35. These 21,000 back to deal with them. And then you guys can all stay up here. I should probably build more, like another siege stack. That's what we need. We need to kind of get rid of our combat stacks for now. We're not going to fight anybody for a while that is going to match our power. So we just want siege stacks to siege as fast as we possibly can. In fact, I can get a second general, huh? I sure can. Yo! 5554? Somebody woke up today and chose to be a good general. That's no 2 fire, so I have to fire him, right? That's how it works. Oreo, no 2 fire, instant retirement. Yeah, look at that. Now that is the kind of general that we're looking for. Questionable services. I don't want to risk becoming greedy. I'm just going to take the mandate. That's 88 mandate. What is the next reform is the question. This is correct. The Defiant. A good general for sure. Remember, Korek was the one, he was like, come on, Emperor, we're going to go out and fight together. And then the Emperor died. But he was the general that we used down here in the big fight. We did end up losing the fight, but he definitely reduced the losses by having that minus 10% shock damage received. So he is a hero. He is a hero. The game has got to be rigged against you. Just a skill issue. That's all it is. Just a skill issue. That's how generals work. Let's grab these 12 here. You're going to go protect trade. I could upgrade the transports, and I will do so. And I'll bring the heavies out. Yikes. Yikes, dude. 8 heavies, 16 galleys. I have 15 heavies. We do have Jazera, boldest of blades. We might want to try and pick this fight. Oh, nice. 200 magical study experience. In the Tale's notice, it is difficult to be a Ket subject. Their tastes can be unusual, and though they can all be appeased with gold, many other tributes can be as perilous as they can be pleasant. That's a lesson that our newest lizard folk subjects have managed to learn. Their emissaries' newest addition to the tribute were young lizard women servants. Unluckily, their beauty did not appease the Kets as they did not appreciate their beauty. In an outraged fit, they turned all the lizard folk present into a local type of salamander, and promptly started hunting the ones present for amusement. This obviously angered the lizard folk population as they are offended both by the rejection of the tribute and the loss of their representatives. Odd the Kets in their sense of humor, very large tolerance decrease of lizard folk, or try and save face. Yeah, we're gonna try and save face. That's embarrassing. That's embarrassing. Kets, can you not do that, man? Like, I know that you're like gods or whatever, but can you not? Can you not like try and hunt people down? I'd really appreciate that. It'd make my life a lot easier if you didn't do that. Just saying. Just saying. Not that I expect that to change his mind. Change any cat's mind. It would be nice. Sparta is a pirate haven. Okay. You... What general? You don't have a general. You can be in charge now. You're going to go up here. You're going to go with him. Don't know where all of Ilium's troops are. I am going to bring my boats out, and I'm going to blockade. I don't know if we'll win a naval engagement, but never know unless we try. Ua via separatists. You're going to have to go deal with those. That'll work. 1,500 ducats. Now, there are a couple ways we can go about this with Ilium. Either we take Golden Highway provinces ourselves and we core this out. That's 134% overextension. We probably don't want to do that. Probably don't even want 101. We want to stay under 100. 94 aggressive expansion to do that. 94. Then we can force him to start releasing tags. Or I can force him to punch out Brisson and Madurabar. I can take these two provinces, or maybe just this province, force him to release Strolokand. And then I can probably diplomatically tribute all three of these guys. Then I can force him to release Zenjap as well. Like, we will have to Madasi a lot of these guys if we do it this way. But I don't think it's a terrible idea, all things considered, to just start partitioning him up. Now we could skip Drolokand and instead release Galcalis. I would have to do a war for Galcalis though, because I don't have a border there, but it would be kind of nice. Take the rest of the Bulwar state. That's true. That's not a bad idea. We already own this state. We might as well own it ourselves. We know that we will need it. Then release Drolokand. Switch war score. Darn. Okay, well, 2 provinces for me. We release Brisson. We release Ilium. Or we release Madurabar. I could release Alizna as an OPM, but then they'll probably get the event to ask me for stuff back, but it wouldn't be the end of the world. Can I ask people who I have cores on to be my tributary? I don't even know if that's allowed. Bring back these diplomats. I don't have a border with the Harpies, so that's kind of a waste. Khalib. Same thing. I'm pretty sure I'm taking Khalibi cores. Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's fine. I could then take these two, or I can take money or something. That'll work. That'll be fine. That'll be fine. Oh. There's some Ilium troops. I don't necessarily want to fight those. I do want to fight you, though. Pick off those 3 cannons. Wex is once again the Emperor because the Edenic League is victorious. Okay. He's going to choose new electors. So a large Wex is the Emperor, and he is still allied to Laurent. So we're going to have a tough time when it comes to Canor. Seems that they're going to make life difficult for me. In Canorian tradition. Hope they pass all reforms. It would be interesting if they did, wouldn't it? I don't know if they're going to be interested in doing that, but we'll see. That Sir has been taken. Ilium's at 86,000 troops. I'm assuming they've merked up. No. They just built up. They have 102 force limit. They just did the thing where the AI doesn't build troops until you declare war on them. That's fine. We have the Ahati. We had 10% infantry combat ability and 5% discipline from our national ideas. We have a 5-5-5-4 general. Let's get in there and teach these elves a lesson. And we gain a stability. Very, very nice. We're at 96 mandate right now. We're going to need to pass a reform here momentarily, which will lower our morale of armies. Move in there. Siege of Segdir is over. Segdir, I'd like you to break your alliance with Ilium and with Arg Ordston, please. For now, though, we'll just keep moving in. We are doing major, major damage to Ilium when we do fight him. He's hiding 34,000 troops on this peninsula. He is hiding in Highlands, though, so I'm not exactly feeling like I need to go and fight him out there. We can kind of chill. I do want to put my 4 siege general on the stack that is still actively sieging, though. We're at 70% war score. You can get Edelbeck. There's a bunch of truces up. Remember, we have all of Sarhal as tributaries, except for one guy. This guy. I can't get him. I can't get to him. Because he doesn't have a border with our satrapies because he's an island. So we're unfortunately not able to convince him to join. Which is kind of funny. It's kind of funny. A mission involving the halflings? Yeah, I think so too. That'll be like an eventually thing. Not something I'm too worried about at the moment. Using down that Segdir fort. Our Ilium troops here. I do need to separate piece out, preferably a nail. We only have 4,000 guys. Let me grab 4 cannons and 8,000 guys. Give you Master Moet. Let's go pick up my transports. And let's bring those guys over to this island. I'd like to turn them into a tributary, non-co-belligerent. It should only be maybe 10 aggressive expansion. Not too bad. And then he'll break his alliance with Ilium on a year tech. Which, speaking of, I need to spend some Diplo points. We've been wanting to culture convert all the stuff that is not my culture for Gnolls, and not a culture that I accept in general. Of course, it will make some people mad. Does it make Davharal and Shenral mad? Don't care. I should double check that I don't make... Yeah, that would make Boyar Baretti and Hissot Yamak mad, so let's not do that. There's no reason to lower my relations with my tributaries for culture conversion. For Cassavit, I don't really care about. That's fine. Got a bail. All right, Cole, have a good one. Thanks for stopping by, hanging out. But all these other Gnolls, they can be converted. Kasani, yes, convert. Akasi, yeah, convert it. There are other things I can spend my Diplo on too, by the way. Like converting people to be my culture. Some of them will cost a lot of Diplo. I have 99 prestige. What's this peace deal going to give me? 53. Okay. Then we will Perhaps do something stupid. Here. We do have minus 25 from Charming Subjects. We did cast that spell before we lost the level of it. I need to improve with Yazel Mora. I need to get them to positive relations, and then I'm going to convert them over to Elekatist. I think is the plan. If all that needs to be converted, the earlier we force convert him, the better. I need the tree for myself. I don't think so. I think it just said that it has to be Elekatist, right? Shadow Swamp region is in the Kedist religion group, owned by me or a non-tributary subject. Ooh, you're right. You're right. It seems they want me to not have Yazel Mora as a tributary, but instead to conquer them directly. Okay. Well, then we don't need to improve relations with him. Unnecessary. We can break the tributary status with him, and then Madasi. I mean, I guess we could Madasi him. I just don't know how difficult it is to actually annex Madasi. Also, we need to do a reform. We could go for the Lessons of Akhet now in order to get that 5% discipline. I don't think that's a terrible idea. We need to do 2 of these Madasi reforms in order to pass the Stewardship's authority where we can annex them. Let's see our trips we account for the mission. Yeah, I guess it's true. Taste of Magic, average mark lifespan, rulers and heirs have a higher chance to become powerful mages. Starfall gives us that Dame's tier now. We don't have that many more reforms to do, honestly. Ooh, also we have decrees, and I already have Decree of Defiance, which we shouldn't have done, I don't think. But in 65, we'll swap over to the Decree of Spell Power because we get more magic study experience. Emperor's advisor cost reduction. It's not bad. Not bad. Right, restrict foreign trade. We receive 7.5 global trade power for each Madasi. I think that's the one we want to get, because that's really good. It'll help us save our money from just disappearing. Let's go for restricting foreign trade. My admiral died. I did not notice. Okay, we're gonna have to build more boats, more heavies. I hate navies, man. I really do. It's like, I don't want to invest into them ever, but if you don't, then it's just annoying. Like, I don't need it, but I should have naval supremacy. I should invest into getting it. So I can't get that separate piece on a nail. You're at minus 14. What if I just have you break with Earlium? You gotta accept this at some point, you know? You gotta do it. With you two together. It's not bad. Are you talking? Oh, for the Shadow Swamp thing? Let me get my boats together over here. Didn't I have more boats than this? Apparently not. Shadow Tree gives, at level 3, average monarch lifespan, religious power, yearly Ami tradition decay. Why would I need that? It's good for Shaz up though. Real good. I mean, yeah, more religious power. Or demonic power for 0.5. That's just more of those special interactions you can use. Not evil that can purify to a different version. Ah, okay. I see. I see. Dwarves, can we be done? Please, Dave the Cat. 1 stability, 10 hedonism. Thank you. You've broken away from Irlium. I do appreciate. Now, Irlium, I can't go after a nail, which sucks, but it is what it is. I grabbed these 2 provinces. I could grab 615 ducats, or I can take these 2 provinces for myself. I don't think I have any reason to take these 2 provinces, other than the fact that it's a fort and good borders. I think I'll just take the money. And the first partition of Irlium is done, or at least, completed. You back. You 2 need to recombine. Now, all of these 3, I forgot to convert placate. Damn. It's okay. He's not even friendly yet. How much would it be to influence you? 447? Yeah, I'll do that. Also gets their trust up. Then let's begin to upgrade this monument. And I will put manpower into it to get it to level 2. For more positive events when we study, which is great. And I can also complete an ancient kingdom. Harutep is not the first to stand atop the mouth of the sorrow, but shall be the last. Those countless legends and fools that came before have attempted to carve their existence into the land in order to try and reach eternity. Yet time is all-consuming, and many of these great monuments stand as half-sunk, shattered visages, boundless and bare from years of neglect. To truly achieve what they failed to do, one must connect to the present, to their eternal past, and lay the groundwork to forge an eternal future. Let all others behold our mighty works and despair. The event An Eternal Empire happens. Unlock the slavery mechanic that will be crucial to progressing the mission tree. Harutep sat at the end of the Great Hall on a great throne, but he didn't feel very great. His tenure ruling as Nakad had to this point been taken up by resolving petty disputes between members of the court and poring over grain ledgers. Was he to be the first bureaucrat of Konolkhatep forever? It was enough to make one long for the days of the gunpowder Shaz. Harutep heaved a great sigh, and as if on cue, another coterie of advisors in ridiculous headwear, was it Harutep's imagination, or did their hats grow more elaborate by the day, entered the throne room, each carrying piles of scrolls so large they could scarcely see in front of them to walk. No doubt they were for him to sign. Each of them crossed the room and knelt, and one of the scrolls dropped from its place on top of its pile to roll in front of Harutep. He picked it up and began reading. The title of the scroll was The Military Reauthorization Decree of 734. Were the bureaucrats no longer even bothering to change out the years on the rinse and repeat policies anymore? Unfortunately, one of the advisors chose that point to begin speaking. My Nakad, in your great wisdom, I know you can see the importance of ensuring the military glory of Konolkhatep remains as eternal as yourself. For this reason, your humble counsel recommends. Harutep threw the scroll at him, and the wooden handle echoed off the advisor's skull with a satisfying thunk. Get out, and take your moth-bitten paper with you, Harutep growled. Leave the scroll. The advisors scurried out, one of them doing his very best to keep back tears. Apparently, this was not how things were usually done in Katarata. Harutep sat on his throne, stylus in hand. It would seem that reforms were needed. There were no audiences for the rest of that day. When the advisors who were not concussed entered the throne room the next morning, they were greeted by Harutep, standing in front of his throne with scroll unfurled. He looked down on them and began to speak. Listen well, scribes. I am decreeing a reorganization of the legions. Its scope shall be as follows. Distribute his words to the nation. Unlocks the lessons of Harutep and Legions of Katarata Steward reforms. Disable the Enlightened the Future and Taste of Magic reforms. If we already have them, we will be refunded 80 mandate. Enlighten the Future and Taste of Magic. I don't think we've done those. Empower Priesthood, 1 pack. Enlighten the Future. Yeah, we don't have that. Because I didn't think we would need it. And Taste of Magic. Yeah, because that's average mark lifespan. And Enlighten the Future is plus 1 random canon bonus. And I knew we were going to get into Mortal Ruler, so I was like, we don't need that. We get the Eternal Catarata Tier 1 government reform. Does not have heirs or consorts. Rulers can't be generals. Enables slavery mechanic. When raiding coasts, minorities will sometimes be taken to Catarata. Cannot expel races. Cannot purge races. Prohibits switching government type. Uses hedonism. Plus 2 diplomatic relations. Minus 25% culture conversion cost. 0.25 global prosperity growth. Cleaver of Realms, Devourer of Suns, Scourge of all Seeds, Emperor of No Kind, Slayer of Slayers, Gifter of Chains, Splitter of Sands, Wind of the Desert, Hammer of Kavanga, Seeker of Secrets will be removed from Konolkhatep. Konolkhatep gains a permanent claim on the Horoshesh region. Lame. You're taking away all these cool things. What the heck? What the heck? All right. Yo! That's right. We have the cool art now. And each of these has different buttons. We have employ new governors. Start slave projects. Horotep. We were ruled by Emperor Horotep the Reborn, Guardian of the Sorrow, Slayer of Demons, King of Kings, Voice of Elliket, and Emperor of No Kind. For him to get new titles, Horotep shall build a pyramid and demon cult, master conjuration and artificery, build an academy, rule over the garden lands, craft the mask of a god, march forth with your legions, rule over the lands of rains, build a peerless tower, field a never-ending army, subjugate Kenorian empires, restore the tree, rule over the lands of the snow. Lands of snow. Oh god. Build an influential library, craft the scepter of a goddess, convert Sarhal to your faith, master magic and more, rule over the lands across the lament, destroy the false pantheons, befriend a dragon, rule over the merfolk, build a statue of Niramit, build projects across your lands, rule over the lands of rivers. I better not be talking about the Yin Valley, I swear to God. Subjugate the almighty unbelievers, build roads across your lands, craft Karashi chains, walk across plains, discover a game. Yeah, we're gonna play Yu-Gi-Oh! Rule over the lizard lands, subjugate the blood drinkers, rule over the seas. A lot of things that we gotta do. Oh, and ascend. We also have established new legions and Gnoll Madasi, but we have to do some missions for that first. So now you want me to build the Golden House of Chains slave project and have any slave edict in the Horoshesh region. Now the Horoshesh region, that's down here? I see. Okay. So they don't love that I have subjects down here, is what I'm understanding. Yeah, so we should definitely try to speedrun annexing Madasi. Yeah, it's either break or kill or subjugate. Like Sakaraxet here. We could just break and kill 5 years later. Colonizing on the coast. Yeah, I mean the Kenorians will fill that up before I can realistically get there. Build the Golden House of Chains slave project. Start slave project. My Nakad, the architects stand ready. The slaves have been assembled and the resources of the Empire are at your disposal. What shall we build today? Ooh, there is the Golden House of Chains, the Grand Granary, Exploitation of Akasik, High Temple of the Two, the Abyssal Gold Mine, Pyramid, Great Pyramid of Horotep, and Ramoton, the Holy Road. What is it? Splendor, Diplo Relations, Abyssal Gold Mine, and additional production development when developing production, just forever. That's wild. Golcora gets minus 25% monthly gold inflation, minus 100% local gold depletion chance. High Temple of the Two for an extra missionary. Niraketis provinces get minus 10% dev cost. Eliketis gets plus 10% goods produced. Exploitation. 9 grain or wool provinces produced in Akasik regions will change their trade goods and gain 3 production development. Oh my god. The Grand Granary for 10% national supply limit. The House of Golden Chains unlocks the slave governor mechanic. But I need 250 slaves. How get that? How earn slaves? Do I need to raid hosts? Unlock Legions of Catarata stewardship reform, expand the Madasi system mission. Deploy new governors. We unlock the House of Golden Chains. Yeah, it's probably raiding, which I think we're good to do, by the way. I think we're good for the raiding. I need to build barracks in Akasik now. That is the next goal. Yeah, and then see, this mission wants us to do some Madasi stuff, which we have already completed. But we need 3 Madasi as well. So if we want to convert Giselle more, we'll see how loyal they are when we convert them. If they're decently loyal, we'll Madasi them and annex. If they're not, we'll convert them. Well, actually, we won't convert them. We might save and reload then. We do have anti-monstrous on them right now. And I could go in and take away all their border provinces so nobody else can take it. What is this? Guided rains works on Plants region? Huh. Monte for new edict. Yeah, let's let some time pass. Ilium no longer a valid rival. They never were. You two are going to go after the Harpies now. Rasan is no longer able to send tribute. Right, because they just started to exist. But as long as you're all my satrapy, that is fine. Let's go through and swap them over to Diplo to make sure that they're not giving me money. I don't want money. I want to rival the Raj. Another person that we do need to go through and deal with. My gov cap is struggling though, as always. All right, let's get you boats here. I should have raided Ilium before. Should have raided Ilium before we eased him out. Oh well. Oh well. I need the piracy mat load. You are going to raid to your heart's content. All the raiding. And I also need to raid in this region as well. And you need to pirate. Where was that mission? Which one wanted to... Also, I should finish this. I should micro the diplomats a little bit. Okay. They are starting to get this Akata stuff. Cool. Anything but Akata needs to be converted. Where did I need the privateering in that? Was it further down? It's right here. Development of 30, marketplace, dock, shipyard, and pressman office. Privateers at least 15% trade power. Okay. Well, for now then, let's bring our ships together and we will go and raid. Don't know if this is what we're supposed to do, but it's my best guess at what I'm supposed to do. Is raid for slaves. As you do, as the good guys do. Obviously, we're good guys. Everybody knows that. Raj is conquering Jadari because Ilium wouldn't join, so that kind of sucks. Because I'd like to get a border with Verkogulan so I can turn Verkogulan into a subject. We might want to do a war against the Raj here. Once they take this and push them out of Bulwar. Just kick them out. We don't want them here. We don't want them here in Bulwar. It's not their space, not their place. It's for us only. We are the masters of Bulwar. So we'll bring these 2 siege stacks on over. You over as well, and we will prepare for that. I do want to go to war with Firin Yalin here for sure, and Ayaralin or whatever. We can even turn Road Warrior into a satrapy as well. Because I do want to get into the Deep Woods. I want to get in here, and I want to start spreading my influence a bit. I only raid Canor for right now. Yeah. Eventually, when we do get large enough, aka when I get my expansion ideas going, which is probably our next idea group, then we will go to Starhall or Aelantir. I need to be improving with subjects. Always. Always, 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 always. Some of them hate me, and I do not blame them for their hatred. Valid. You end the Orcish Purge, please, and become my tributary. Take slaves. Capture slaves from Mishralan, depending on their total development, max of 100. We will also capture minorities from Mishralan's capital and take them to Katarata. Sure. Boom. So now we have harpies in Katarata? I can expand development twice there. No. We did not. There's just a chance to. Okay. On to you then. Or satrapy. I want to get that diplomat back in 18 days. Again, I have those 20,000 troops over here. I'm not sure that we're ever going to actually need them. These guys are protected against pirates, I think. Maybe they were just particularly poor there. Nope, they are pirate hunting pretty hard over here. I wonder why. I don't know what could lead them to think that they need to protect against pirates. Like, pirates are pretty cool if you ask me. Yar har, you know? Yar har. Let's go study progress. I will. That. Micro our rating. Yippee. Grab this last province. I know that we have to move here. We'll do that. I wouldn't mind taking the island of Vinail. A good spot. Good spot to increase our rating range. Barracks. Oh, I'm converting to Shaq's culture. And Eka. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Then I'll build these regular barracks that are cracked. Turn off those edicts. Any slave edicts? No? Okay. Is there any way for me to look and see how many? Ah, there it is. Look at that. It fills in this little bar there. Slaves are gained from the following: +10 from trading in slaves, +10 from every Golden House Edict of Enslavement, 2.5 from slave ports, 1.5 from satrapies with 250 development, +3 from satrapies with 500 development, +1 to +4 from coastal rating per province rated, 25% of an enemy's development when using the Take Slaves peace option. We currently gain 5 slaves each month, up to a maximum of 1,000. And Golden Change requires 250. So, peace options, rating, big satrapies. Got it. I can raid this in a year. Okay, I'll leave my boats here because I will forget. Will. Y'all know I will. Okay, so we just use the peace option in every war that we can, and it'll be good. Do I want to guarantee Abdel-Ludum? No. I want to go around here and then tributize him from the deep woods. Neckliff gets close. They are at 0.07 authority right now. 25 heretics. I mean, if they can convert those heretics, they might be able to get through the reforms. It is possible. I do have 2 forts here and a fort here. If I go to war with the Raj right now, I don't think these 44,000 troops can actually escape. I think they're stuck. Doesn't rebellionism spawn? That's true. Rebellionism will spawn, and then it will probably destroy it. Real. So we'll probably dismantle. We'll see, though. I'll give him a chance to deform it, but I don't think it's going to happen. I don't think it's going to happen. I'm going to wait for the Raj to peace out Jad, see what they take, and then we're going to go for it. We do need to just have a border with him. You are, in fact, ready to be converted. 56? Not bad. Then I can enforce culture on them as well. I can use all of my prestige, but I can make them loyal. Oh. No? Because the opinion went down. Right. Right. Maybe I should have spread it out a little bit more. Maybe I should have placated and then... It's fine. We're about to get more prestige. It's not a big deal. Unsafe experiments. No. Let's not try and become a Witch King, preferably. It doesn't help that they are monstrous either. For the loyalty thing. But I think it'll be okay. Invite harpy people from neighbors. No thanks. And Wex has been re-elected. Edus Vakin, are you willing to become my satrapy again? Abandoned tributary. Oh, they're still mad about that. I only did what you wanted. You didn't want to be my tributary anymore. Also, we can cancel that military access. We can begin to placate these guys. Then we can turn them into a Madasi once we can get their loyalty below 50%. Yo, we probably have to be at peace. I would assume. Right, I need 60 mandate too, because it's going to cost me 30 mandate to turn them into a Madasi, but that is probably worth it. Hello, hello, like our boy last night, actions had consequences. Actions do in fact have consequences. It turns out, weirdly enough, and I know this is going to be weird, you shouldn't let the demon worshippers just get away with that. A crazy concept. You should probably deal with them. Huh. Weird. Sex Karat. Are you the right culture? You are not. You are now. What do you mean? I don't like how much their liberty desire flips around so much. Because I do need to turn Sex Karat. Well, actually, I don't know. It might be better for me to just release him as a tributary and annex him directly. Since I am going to turn the trolls into a Madasi instead. I don't know if this is worth 30 mandate. That's the thing. It'd be much more efficient for me to just break it and kill him. He'll break his alliance with this guy. Does have center trade in your node? He does have a center trade in one of my nodes, and I need to put a slave edict on this state right here. Kugliash better for Madasi? That's true. Kugliash is better for Madasi, without a doubt. What is your opinion of me? 183? Enforce religion? Okay, have I enforced culture on him yet, though? Is the question. Went past you. There you are. I have not enforced culture on him. I will do so right now. I want to turn him into a Madasi. Okay, so we're just going to cancel this satrapy. A little bit of wasted Diplo to convert him, but it's fine. We have unlimited Diplo. I'll annex this guy directly, and I'll vassalize this guy. Vassalize the troll, vassalize Kugliash, and go to war with the Raj to kick him out of Bulwar. What happened? Stream start? We went to war with Irlium. We punched out Brisson, Madurabar, and Opium Alizna, and satrapied all of them. And we're now going up here. We took a look at the slave mechanic and we went on raids, and we're currently saving up so that way we can make the House of Golden Chains for our missions. For our missions, which is this one. Yeah, Slave Edict and Horashesh, which is why we're planning all this, and why I just need to annex Saxriset. We're converting the Aketa stuff right now. I do need to develop this. We're building the impressment offices there. We also went over how we need like 10 million things for more titles, and I of course do want all the titles. But I think I'm asking for a world conquest at that point. What's our in-game goal? I don't know. Live. Do good. Have everyone remember us forever. We want to separate piece this guy out. 22 Diplo. 30 aggressive expansion. Yeah, but nobody cares. We want to use the take slaves button. There is at least a couple of slaves that we need to take. You need to list all unlocked tiles of ruler every time you say his name. Every time? Every time feels a bit dramatic. Okay, what about for like special times? Important times? Because every time feels like a lot. Even though, I guess, technically speaking, that is the correct way to do it. Let's sell. I want to revoke. I guess I don't really care about revoking anything from the clergy. Let's sell C's. Great projects. Purified Shadowroot Matriarch. Oh, I can start to upgrade this. And we do need to upgrade it for the mission eventually. I don't know if it's the best use of our money right now. Is the thing. I need 80 more provinces in Bulwar. We'll actually get that with this war, I think. Bulwar proper Golden Highway has been rebuilt. Can I do that? Do I have to own them all directly? Okay. Maybe I should have just annexed these guys then. Because, I mean, like, we could Madasi, Arklum, and Madurabar, and Bursan. I mean, we could just Madasi the three of them. It's not that big of a deal. It's not that big of a deal. We can just do it. It's a lot of mandate, though. But we're almost done with the reforms, is the thing. At least of what I can do. We did unlock these new ones, though. Force March cost no power, +3 coastal raiding range. We definitely want that. Movement speed is... Oh, never mind. Never mind. There's more good ones that we got to do. Expand the Madasi. We can complete all these. Rebuild the Stone Palace for the admin bonus. What does it give again? Like those Agnew. Can't you make it gold? I can't remember what Ekthus Agnew does, but we can build it. We have the money. A quick loop of the mountain on horseback makes clear the nature of the fortress, of all that needs to be done. The swift bend of the Panuzagnu River cuts beneath the sheer cliff at the mountain's end, the old gate watchful in its long vigil over cloud-kissed peaks of the mountains beyond. The depths of the first citadel remain surprisingly well preserved, still decorated with the murals boasting the feats of ancient Bulwari kings, even if they've been stripped of their valuable ornaments. The reason for the fortress's abandonment, however, lies clear in the scattered bones, the potsherds, the broken stones beyond the toppled gates that litter the Luabar, the Demon Scar. A rift melted through what seems a half a league of solid mountain. By Jazobine's fury, the blackened gulch has long supplanted the old gate. With the sun shining bright down through the open wound in the stone above, the scene is laid bare. Harutep stands amidst the vast rift, gazing down through a scar that had healed into a bustling way lined with dwellings, storefronts, temples, all the long abandoned cogs of a set of city turning. The scars of war seem fresh, even after centuries, from arrows that still embed in half-rotted posts to stagnant pools of water beneath shattered aqueducts. The past weighs heavy amidst the scattered stones of a gatehouse, so laden with scars that it seemed to have rebuilt 100 times over. If the Eclozagnu had fallen before, stripped from the Bulwari who first set chisel to stone, from Zehia, shattered by Jazobine, from the Castanites, the folk of the Shad Sur, how can Harutep hope to set the walls anew, see that their stones never crumble as so many before? Yet the crossroads stands at a crossroads. Shall we exploit this progress to turn it into an impenetrable fortress, or stand upon the shoulders of this splendid progress to make it a palace, a monument to our glory? We don't need it to be a fortress, so I think I'm fine with just making that place fit for an empire. And we are converting the Keta stuff, right? Cool. Look how fast we convert when we have a bunch of missionaries. Wild. I want the Aketa stuff converted, so that way we can... Yeah. Oh, I could save up to embrace institution. We're not there yet, though. What term projects do we do so far? None. The first one that we're going to do is the thing. The stuff and things. Big up cap. Even as talks, you don't need the fortress? Yeah. Well, it's also, fortresses are just bad. Unless you're dwarves. If you're summoning the Serpent Spine, you gotta defend the holds that everybody wants to go siege. If you're not in the Serpent Spine, you're wasting your time trying to use defensiveness for anything. Instead, you should just like go kill people, because defensiveness doesn't win wars. There's the Raj, who quite intelligently did not get a border with me. So I guess we'll use Jad to reset our truce with Irlium when we're done with these cores. Did I raid for interns? Yes, I did. So I was holding on this one because I can raid here. That's too far. Okay. Come back. Bring you back from there. Let's declare war on the Harpies. We'll just continue making more subjects. Edu's Vacan is mad because we abandoned them. I abandoned them because I converted them, but I had already converted them. They just reconverted back to the Jad, and so they were like super mad. They were crazy super mad. Let's move our siege stacks back towards Irlium now. Since that's where we're going to be at war with next, we can always deal with Jad with one stack, and then 2 siege stacks with Irlium. The exotic goods, no corruption, please. Thank you. No corruption, please. Thank you. I don't want any. No! Rippy Dippy, Korek the Defiant. A hero. A hero who died. Damn. 07. 07. A fine duel. 5% chance my ruler dies. Let's see. As Steward of the Sara, Harutep has to withstand the many problems of managing both the Kets and the populace of Keterata. One of these responsibilities includes being Ket's private secretary, constantly receiving messages about many little inconveniences that need to be fixed or provided. In one of these messages today, the steward was told by a Ket that he needs fencing lessons and that he only trusts the steward to be his teacher. No. Nope. No. Not gonna happen. Sometimes I just like to see if the world's gonna burn or not. You know, to really feel something. Akasik stuff. We gotta cover all the Jazz Cult, and we need a bunch of troops in Akasik as well. shouldn't be too far away from happening. Saving before pressing the funny risk the cat delete you button. No save. We just do it. Do it. You're gonna become my tributary. We're gonna take slaves. We're gonna take money. Boom. How many slaves do we have now? 127. Okay. I think Silent Blade, you have no allies. In we go. Into the deep woods. That is Abdel Ludum right there. I could satrapy Abdel Ludum. That's probably our next goal, to make sure that Irlium doesn't go after him anymore. You can go here. Am I studying transmutation? No, we're studying divination. Because we just summoned Diplo points, I figured that going for Lore Seeker here first was the play. And then I wanted to go enchantment for the Liberty Desire and subjects. Why transmutation? I guess plant growth is pretty good for us, to be fair. Now that I think about it. But he has two as well. Yeah. I mean, we want all of the things. All the things. Plant growth 3 gives +1 goods produced on all of our super good provinces along the river. And, you know, obviously homunculus would be pretty good for us, but I want to make sure that we can study quickly, because I do know that, well, I figure that we probably need everything at legendary eventually. So if I can just have my tributaries pay for my studying, that sounds good. These separatists are just chilling here. I wish I could console command them away, but I don't know how to do that. I don't know if we even can. Can I accept their demands? Nope, they're just gonna chill forever. They're hanging out. They're friends. They're something. I'll give you that. They're something. You are tributary, slaves. I do want that money. I do be wanting the money. And I need to Madasi. I think we're going to make a couple of Madasi before we pass another reform, even though some of those reforms do seem really good. Like the raid range one, super good for getting more slaves for our special building stuff. But I would like to get the Gnolls to be a vassal before they become disloyal again. The trolls. And Kalugiash as well. I feel like they're decent vassals that I can get that will actually help me do things. You'll guard access till there'll never be another Jazop. Well, that's what we thought last time too. And then there was. Oh, there's another tributary. It extends us to get more tributaries elsewhere. Make sure you're all giving me Diplo points, please. Oh, very good. Trying to turn people with good mill national ideas into Madasi? No, because I think a lot of these Madasi I'm going to want to annex. Up to 30 development. Okay, that only cost a 20 mandate. That's not too bad. Yeah, and now he's super loyal. He's super loyal. Let's see, where is he? Del Mora. There you are. Yep, literally 0 Liberty Desire now. Because it's just based on relative army power and his development. Which we've got it down to where... What is that? One Liberty Desire per 10 dev? Is that how that math works? Get to 37.4, and it's only going to get better as time goes on. Oh, yeah, we also upgraded the Tower of Muakar to level 2. I forgot about that. So hopefully get more positive events while studying. I just want to supercharge our magic studying ability. Abdeletum, you are attacking Wretched Skull. The sooner I subjugate Abdeletum, the better. They only have 26,000 troops, and they don't have any allies, so we're just going to go for it. As crazy as that is. It's going to be a lot of aggressive expansion, but it is what it is. I can force Satrapy on Salafel Garn now. And if I co-belligerize all the elves, they'll all become my Satrapy. And that is what we want. Wrong CB? What? No. It's fine. It's fine. We're good. Did I just use like the tributary CB, not the Satrapy CB? I don't think it matters. I think it's fine. I think we just have the tributary CB because we're Gnolls, I believe. But this should turn them into a Satrapy. How many turns do we need? We should be getting somewhat close. We're at 185. We need 250. Yeah, we need 250. My core's done? Yes. We're going to Holy War on Jad here. I want to get a border with Bozos. Bozos being the Raj. I want to take all this stuff for myself. And anything along the Saran as well would be pretty decent. Must be in the Bullwire Religion group. Ah, darn. Gives 20% gov cap plus 200 gov cap. Sad. Sad that I can't use it. Try to get people in your lands too to get Army of Halan. Yeah. I mean, that's fair. That is a possibility. People are very oppressed though. I'm not sure how tolerant I'm going to be allowed to be. Like, I can't he-who people, sure, but we do just enslave them. We do just enslave them. So human mill soon? Yeah, I mean, yes. Tech 16, we are flipping to human mill. I'm not sticking with Gnoll mill. I know what will happen if I do that. It's not a good time. Slavery is a kind of tolerance. Clip it, clip it, clip it, clip it, clip it. You know, actually, the slaves learned really good skills. Huh? Oh, what do you mean? They're tolerated and integrated as slaves. I mean, I guess, sure. Sure. I don't think they would agree with the way that you put it, but yeah, real, I guess. You can go for that capital. Interesting statement to return to. Chat just has, I've been listening to Bench Bureau too much. You're going to attack on here. We don't have a lot of frontline troops, so maybe I should have waited a little bit longer to engage, but what can I say? I'm impatient. This decree is done next year. Then we're going to go for spell power or more magic study experience. Can I get any more generals? Yeah, I can. I can get 3 more. Who's the last one today? Was it Edelbeck? I think so. No. That's Edelbeck from yesterday. I think it was just for you. That's too many days. Too many days, too many generals. Ooh, nice. Another 4 siege. Huge. That is actually massive. Palm Hearts. Nice. 3 siege, 4, 5. You guys are locking in today. Saying, yeah, today is the day to be a general. Ooh, 4, 3, 3, 2. You know, not as good as the other ones, but we'll take it. We'll take it. Okay, now I save up to embrace the institution. So you can go there. You need the 4 siege general. But Jad is pretty much out of ports for me to deal with. You can move over here. Helium, I could take money and war reps from them, or I could take slaves, or I can just white peace them. I think I just take slaves and then come back for them in, you know, 7, 8 years or whatever. Probably the best move. Of course, I need 25 war score for that. Get you up here. I thought we was good Gnolls. Ain't no such thing as a good Gnoll, my friend. Ain't no such thing. This empire is built on slavery and nothing else. Turns out having a ruler that's a god, not necessarily a good thing. Turns out, kinda bad. Silent Blade. You're not going to share maps because you have minus 200 opinion of me. Because I forced you to be a tributary. I don't know why you're so mad. I could have done worse things, okay? I could have been Zaka, but I'm not. So basically, I'm great. When you think about it. Really think about it. You need to try and stop them. I'm selecting this stack. Please, game. Please, 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 please. You're gonna make me lose my mind. Living test subjects? No. Is that what they mean by getting better events? Because that's like the only event we've gotten. We got a couple of like the regular gain 200 progress. But most of them have just been, hey, do you want to test on people? Which maybe we're supposed to become a Witch King. It's not impossible for that, but I'd rather avoid it if I can help it. Right. The dip rep? I do have a mission. I don't know what mission it's going to be, though. Interesting. 6642. Not that one. Ew. That there. We've converted all the Aketa stuff. And arbitrarily 75 or 40% professionalism. Glad we did not change our military yet. During the Dragon Wake, the Bronze Lord scorched the sorrows for years before donning his human guise to reign over the burned Keterata, exposing the true dragon's ability to polymorph to the world. And still ornery and vainglorious, instigated the Keteratan Dragon Wars, conquering vast swaths of Bulwar. Only after vanishing in battle against the Sand Demon of the Salahad did his meteoric reign come to an end. Millennia later, Aket's faithful believed that the dragon to be Eleket incarnate and emulate his fiery talents with unbridled zeal. Even when quarreling like a bitter family, the sons and daughters of Eleket and Niraket both agree that the Bronze Lord's worshippers extol a warmongering foreigner too self-conceited to rule. Troubled by Aket's lengthy history and unending procession of personas, Harutap prepares to handle the Bronze Lord's meddlesome games once and for all. Within Aketa's Bronze Dragon Academy, Keterata's newest steward must secure Aket's permission, or at least his indifference. The Gnoll and the Dragon. Harutap stood outside the great temples in Aketa. It was a wretched and heretical place, and though Harutap wished to burn it down dearly, there were many of his subjects who thought of this Aket the Bronze as an object of worship rather than an object of mockery. Despite this, a summons from the dragon was not an everyday occurrence. Hours later, he was rethinking his decision to go to the temple. The temple of Akhet was seemingly composed of infinite rooms, and Harutep knew full well that the dragon was toying with him. Finally, Harutep reached a central room filled with gold and riches, but no dragon. Just when Harutep had determined that the summons was some form of juvenile power game and was preparing to leave, the horde began to quake. The horde burst into blue flame, and from the molten gold emerged a man, seemingly carved from bronze. He was only a head taller than Harutep, but his presence filled the entire room. "Who dares disturb the worship of my subjects?" Akhet boomed. "I am Akhet the Immortal, ruler of Kedarata, guardian of Aramul, father of the Ahati." It appeared as though he was going to go on like this for a while. As Harutep made himself comfortable, he felt sympathy for the way he made all of his subjects stand to attention until the tribunes had finished reading off his list of titles. Harutep decided to occupy himself by seeing how many times he could throw a ruby scepter up into the air and catch it with his non-dominant paw. He had reached 255 repetitions when he noticed the dragon staring at him. "Not bad, Gnoll." Akhet clasped his hands together. "But you still have not answered my question. Why do you disturb the worship of my subjects?" At this point, Harutep wished to go home. "There are two problems with your statement, mighty Akhet," Harutep said. "The first is that they are my subjects, not yours. The second is that I have not disturbed their worship. If you wanted to maintain their following, you should have considered instructing them to pray harder." The dragon's countenance twisted, and Harutep thought to himself that his goading might have been unwise. As Harutep began preparing for a fight, the dragon burst out laughing. "Finally, someone with a sense of humor." Akhet held out his hand. "I am Akhet the Bronze. We may dispense with formalities. We have much to discuss. Tell me, Gnoll, do you play the game of Khet? This just might be the start of something beautiful." The religion in Akheta changes to Elekhetist. We get Mighty Companion of the Bronze Dragon, 10% Ahadi loyalty equilibrium until the end of the game, plus 1 mil. Horotep the Reborn, Guardian of the Sorrow, Slayer of Demons, King of Kings, Voice of Elekhet, Emperor of No Kind, and Mighty Companion of the Bronze Dragon. Gain a permanent claim on the Bulwar subcontinent. Yeah, okay. Yeah, all right. Sure, dog. Casual. Casual. Permanent claims on a subcontinent. We earned this. To be fair. We went through the disaster. You need to go siege here. Well, now maybe we should just take Bulwar for ourselves. Maybe that's what it was telling us. I also need to move troops to here. We're still converting some Jazz cult stuff. All provinces in the Busanor region need to be owned by me. Oh, that's it, huh? Just own Busalar? That's it? Not that bad. It's like whatever. It's whatever. You know, it's easy. It's easy to have that. It's basically nothing, you know? Destroy the cult gives claims. That does not help the aggressive expansion. That does not help the aggressive expansion that I'm going to get for doing that. Let's hope they flip to the cube. If they don't, we're going to have a rough time. Have a rough time. We gotta free the Hill Gnolls. Yeah. And the fact that Wex is Emperor again and allied to Vusalar is not going to help. Maybe we should be careful about how much aggressive expansion we get elsewhere. And stay focused on expending our aggressive expansion in smart ways. Wex also owns some provinces in Busanor. That they do. Thinking about that dismantle already. I will have to fight Laurent. We'll have to fight Laurent to do it, though. Like, they're barely inching by with any authority, and when the cube spawns, it's going to break them. I don't know. We're going to need more Ahati. Do you think this mission is going to absorb the Ahati? Do you think they're going to take them? Probably. Probably not worth it. Worth risking it. I can get 30,000 up there. I can get another 10,000 from this stack. Send them over. Send you over. Send. Where's my other one? You. Go over as well. One of my goals, more interns. Got to create the legions. Yeah. Oh, we have enough slaves. Let's go ahead and start slave projects. The House of Golden Chains will happen in 5 to 10 years. When a slave project is finished, we will gain the Slave Governor Mechanic, and we will gain House of the Golden Chains until the end of the game, giving minus 0.1 yearly corruption. We'll start to build that. And then the legions are mission-based. Bring me my legions. Unlocked Hawk Legion, Carrion Legion, Sandstorm Legion, Venom Legion, Scourge Legion. I need 2 legions. More than 50% of the army are Ahati regiments. We gotta build more Ahati regiments. I need another Madasi. Okay. Alright. It's on the right side of the UI. We have to get the Legions of Katarata Stewardship Reform. So we need to go for the Legions of Katarata next. Which means... Well, I do need another Madasi is the thing. I need 3 total. So either I need to decide to turn Kalugiash into a Madasi right now, or I need to try and convince these guys to become Madasi. So I can rebuild the Golden Highway. I should have just taken these provinces myself. Should have just taken them myself. Dwarves. Dwarves. We can stop throwing now. We can actually, like, micro. We're going to have to do a lot of conquering, so we're going to have to make sure that we're actually paying attention and doing everything correctly here. Let me grab, not the heavies, the light ships, and you're going to go and privateer in the Gulf of Rahan. That'll give us a little bit of power projection, but it'll also just help me stay prepared for the mission that requires it, so that way I know if I need more shippies. More light shippies. Looks like the answer is yes. Nope, it just hasn't calculated mine yet. Mega B guys have me pirates up here. Am I missing something? Staying at home during war. Duh. Alright, Jad. I want to border with the Raj. All the possible Golden Highway provinces I will ever need. I can do that edict now as well. All this through here, these two. So I don't need the Hain, but I'll take it anyways, just so I have the full state. And then I want to take slaves, and that's the full peace deal. I should have to make people mad, but what are you gonna do? What is a man supposed to do? Go ahead, we'll do that. 77% war or overextension is fine. We can enact a decree. I think I want to go for Decree of Spell Power for more magic study experience. The money is tempting. Don't get me wrong. It is tempting. But the correct decision is to take the study experience. Go ahead and do that. We have 83 satrapies at the moment. We're trying to get a rather big satrapy here. I need to send a second siege stack to help in this dwarf war. It's taken a little bit more than I would hope to do. I do now have the ability to go to war with the Raj. Unfortunately, the Raj is very strong. Go figure. Raj strong. Who would have thought? So we might look for a tech advantage to beat them on. Make the Raj a satrapy. No. They'll never be loyal. They will never be loyal if I do that. Even with all of our bonuses stacked, I just don't know how that's going to work. And I also probably need these provinces for the Golden Highway. Like, even if we do want to turn them into a satrapy, we still need to take this stuff in Bulwar, I think. And, like, there's missions about owning specific things in here. 50 owned provinces. Well, owned by Konolkhatep or it's non-tributary. Damn, they really want me to have no tributaries over here. Why do they hate me so much? I do all this work to get all these tributaries. I'm like, no. Nope, you gotta vassalize them. All provinces in the Telekinetic region are owned by me or subjects, and Sendamot needs to be owned by me directly. Sendamot being... something. I don't know. Figure it out. We'll figure it out. But we're going to have to Madasi a bunch of people. Which means, number one, I do need 190 opinion with our subject here. And then I do also need to just annex them regularly. But that means I have to do another one of these Madasi reforms, so that way I can pass the steward's authority, so that way I can actually annex them. And it does give us minus 25% diplo annexation cost, which is pretty good. Undeniably. Pretty good. Well, I don't really want to satrapy Edus Vacuum. I want you to take these two provinces for the Golden Highway. So we're going to annex Edus Vacuum. And then we could satrapy Panuches or something. Right, diplomatically. I'm at peace. No, I'm not. I'm not at peace. No peace. Influence might be necessary. I know. I know that's a thought that I keep having, and it makes me kind of sad because it would be funny to go naval expansion first. But if we win influence next, we would get an additional minus 25% diplo annexation cost. Sorry, 15%. That's where the Centaurs and Lakefed. The Centaurs will just break apart, and then I have to fight their civil war, and that would suck. Do I have any other diplo annexation cost out there right now? Doesn't look like it, no. So we probably do need to go influence. Minus 25% from influence, another 15 from the policy, another 25 from the reform. That gets us to 65% diplo annexation cost, which will make it free basically to integrate anybody. We have parliament, so if we get enough subjects, we can get an additional 15% from that, getting us up to 80%, which is really, really good. We need to take influence anyways. I think we have to take influence. But taking expansion would not be a bad idea, so I can try and colonize at least a couple of things. And then naval's just for the funny of large tags. But I feel like influence is necessary for us to get through our missions. What are those government buttons? These? I don't know. I think they're kind of sick. Just gotta hover over them to figure out which of the buttons are which. You have the reform for a colonist so you can raid alien tier. True. Or I could just take a province off of somebody. Right? If I can find somebody to attack, but they're all in the Empire pretty much. So that'll be difficult to do. Ooh. When would ally me? Not against that alliance. Might help me deal with Bucelar Wex. Not that they're like, you know, out of control good, but Wex does have a 6 mil War Wizard. I was told there is a mission that turns our leader into a War Wizard. Maybe it's destroy the cult. Raw power. That seems pretty good. We become... Ooh, plane touched. Next 25 years, Harutep will switch to a random plane touch personality every 5 years and lose 1 stability every time it happens? Okay. But then eventually he becomes cracked. Interesting. If you enforce culture before you demonsterize, they turn monstrous? What? Nuh-uh. Askassur's not a monster. We converted culture on them. I don't think so. Kind of funny. Is Elmore just monstrous? Nope. I demonsterized them. It's the opposite. Reading hard? What do you mean reading hard? Oh, if you reach the point of being able to enforce culture before you demonsterize. Gotcha. Okay. Well, that would be crazy. That'd be a real speed run. Do I go to war with the Raj at Tech 14? Does give me more combat with. Infantry fire isn't worth that much to Gnolls. Level 4 forts, I suppose, are fine. Yeah. I probably should. But I'm going to declare war on Edu's Vacan here right now. We're gonna... get this guy dealt with. I can also build more Ahati, by the way. Oh, I maxed out on my Diplo. Oops. Wasn't paying attention to that year tick. You know how it is. Ogres, go away. And I could convert Haprameti away. A lot of things I could convert now. I think I'd rather just start converting everybody's cultures over to mine. Did we lose our minus 25%? It seems so. We lost the spell. So this is just how disloyal people actually are, which isn't too bad. Rasan, why don't you become my culture? You're not that mad. This is 100% Liberty Desire if I use this, though. Yes, he gets pissed. He gets real mad. So if we just go through and start enforcing culture slowly but surely, and then converting religion later, it's kind of crazy that enforcing religion is worse than enforcing culture. I'm not weird for that, right? Like, that's wild. I turned Road Warrior into Gnolls. Funny. You. Yeah. They all hate me for it, but I mean, I don't think there's any harm in me doing this other than just spending the Diplo, but you know. Gnolls are cool. Gnolls are cool, man. You're going to learn that we're super cool. Of course, it does lower their opinion of me, which doesn't help. Of course, religion on you. Or I can't. I'm out of Diplo. Enforced culture only affects the court, while enforced religion affects the entire population. Yeah, I suppose that's true. If we take most of Bulwar, do you think we could become Elven Mill for the discipline? The manpower recovery speed shouldn't be a problem since we can just ask troops for manpower. No, I don't think so, because you have to have... You have to have a certain amount of your development be that culture. So I don't think we can actually do elves. I don't think there's enough elves out there. Though the discipline would be nice, and the manpower recovery speed could be offset through tributaries. But it also works with mercenaries. I think human overall is just the better plan. Just, I can click the button and I can do it. And we can be human. Okay, I need the Golden Highway, and I need the Golden Highway as soon as possible. Oh, I really should not have released these guys. When's my truce with them up? 76, 10 years. I could, in 5 years, break tributary status of these guys and then just annex them. It's not a bad idea. Because we do need to do it. We need to get to doing this magic as fast as possible. Would be nice. Rebuilded feels wrong. I think it is wrong. It's not English being cursed. I think it's supposed to be rebuilt. It's supposed to be rebuilt, but whatever. That's Edu's Vakin. Dealt with. And go after Segdir when our truce is up with them. Then Verkogulan. Though, again, I don't know if I need to own this stuff. I don't know why I would in this case. Like, this is all Harpy stuff up here, so I don't know if I really need to own that. I just definitely want to kick the Raj out. Cannot suffer the Raj to live. Okay, there's the Siege of Edu's Vakin. How much overextension is it? 22? We can do that. Oh, can I take slaves when I full annex? Maybe. No! There we go. We concentrate development. We're good. 100.1%. Crazy. Crazy. Now we're only at 93. That's not too bad. Okay, prepare for the Raj War. Get over here. Here and here. Go here. Someone is missing a cannon. You. You are missing your cannon. Was it rated clocked? Not for another couple of years. Specifically, 1572. January 1st, 1572. Is raid o'clock. I don't look forward to my war against the Raj. I'll not lie to you. Frick. Fighting these small guys and just getting tributaries is much easier. Much, much, much easier. You will not become a satrapy because you are outraged towards me. Rightful ownership. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. The only rightful ownership is anything that I own. Let's get our 10,000 of each troops. Eka, Dishak, and Kasa. Okay, we're gonna have to build some more troops over here. I didn't realize there were cannons on this stack. Well, I guess it's fine, actually. Eka. The shack. Casa. Now when that mission is completable, we can just do it. Education for the poor? Sure. We will do that. There goes the missionary strength and bulwar. Need to remove that from a trade company. That is the last Jazabkult province that I own. Right? Yep, the rest of it's all Jad stuff that we just recently took, which is why it's not actively converting it. Okay. Go here, here, and here. You will become my tributary, and I can't take slaves, so I will end the Goblin Purge. Intolerance of Gobos. Free. The Orc Reign Dynasty still rules in Abdel Ledem. Not lost it yet. I did see 30,000 Abdel Ledem troops. I don't know where they're at right now, so sieging with these 10,000 is extremely greedy. Extremely greedy and extremely stupid. Oh, yep, here he comes. He shouldn't be able to walk through, but you know how that goes. We know how that goes. AI should not be able to walk through, but they do. Maybe they're stopped by this fort. If they walk through the zone of control to the other zone of control. Now we can chase them down. If I take less money, can I get out of here? I don't make you in the Gobos? I could. Yeah, okay. Grab 2,000 troops. We're going to go siege them down. They're going to go for a fight. I cannot turn Salafilgar into a satrapy. Sirenvar is here, wants to turn to a satrapy. If we want to turn Sirenvar into a satrapy, it needs to be now. It would need to be now. Because they're gonna... Now that they've formed... What the fuck? What the fuck is that? What is that? Why is there a Garnet Dwarf in charge of Sirenvar? What the... How is that allowed? A 000 is bad enough. An Abdel Ledem dynasty? Love whole mission tree, they can help them? Bro. Alright, you guys need to come back over here. If I'm going to war Sirenvar, I want my siege stacks. That's a weird one. That's whack. That's whack. That's wackadoodle-doo. I want the tolerance of the Gobos, please. These dwarves are pretty quick. Not quick enough. That crossing takes a while to go through. Yup. L. Okay. You stop killing the goblins. Give me some money. 106 aggressive expansion. Yeah, but most people don't care. Just Abdel Ledem, and they are loyal. 25%. You go ahead and give me Diplo. So that's not too bad. What are they mad about? Opinion. Plus 29%. 361 development gives them 25.2%. Satrapy makes it lower. Control of the satraps makes it lower. Reform dominant hierarchies. Ahati overseers. Relative army power, naval power, economic power is all lower. Good stuff. Sirenvar, you're next. We just don't stop. We just don't. Just don't stop expanding. We keep grabbing satrapies. Now, of course, we can't see anything here. But who needs to see things? Seeing things is for losers. We're a god or something. We don't need to see. Why do they have naval power? No. We take it, okay? How many times have I not had a navy and people are like, oh, actually, you know, you're not good enough. Aha, relative naval power. I'm a vassal and I have a navy and you don't. And so I'm gonna be disloyal now. How many times? Finally, the shoe is on the other foot. Destroy the cult. Each burning seed is nurtured by sprawling roots. Simply pruning the tree is eternal madness. Harutep's words declared a single intention: to drag the Jazab cult from the shadows and put an end to the seething demon worshippers once and for all. If our recent reports are true, the Jazab cult schemes not only among the whipped Gnoll packs hiding in the mountains and deserts, but even beneath the ancient streets of Dishakek, Eka, and Kasa. Truly, the Kradamic homeland fumes with demonic rot. The protector of Kedarata stands before Akasik's boundary, his divine gaze turning to his assembled host. No more cautions or dissent against the blood to be spilled. With a single nod, his chosen legion descends, felling the tree, tearing the roots, and bringing light to the decay. The Cult Ender. With staff in hand, Harutep approaches the squad encampment at the head of his legions. It featured a collection of houses, a pyre at its center, and a collection of gnolls calling themselves a cult, though not much of one. Indeed, this cult was unnoteworthy in every way except one. It was the last cult. As he had done so many times before, Harutep himself led the charge against their ramshackle gate, which caved inwards after a mere 3 good hits with the battering ram. In the center of the encampment was a gnoll whose eyes burned with green fire, and the encampment's warriors behind him. The flame-marked one began to speak to Harutep. What was he saying? It was in some dialect Harutep couldn't make out. No matter, Harutep separated the poor wretch's head from his shoulders with a well-placed fireball. The soldiers of the flame-marked gnolls began gibbering in that same odd dialect, and about half of them broke for the hills. From experience, Harutep knew that the cavalry would be able to chase them down before they could regroup. The remainder of the gnolls began to charge at Harutep, as if they hadn't just watched their leader incinerate. Did they think he was out of fireballs? Harutep disabused them of their notion swiftly. From there, the assault was a mere matter of hunting down the cowards and stragglers of the encampment and treating what injuries Harutep's forces incurred. This time, the injuries amounted to 4 injured gnolls and one of the right flank cohorts who didn't follow their commander's orders and were punished by the enemy for it. With luck, they would all make a swift recovery. As the support regiments burned the last cult to the ground, Harutep was struck with a sense of sadness. Was this all an ancient enemy of the Ket could amount to? And so the tradition dies an ignoble death. 25 devastation in the Akasik region. We lose a bunch of development. Harutep gains 1 mill point. Harutep, the reborn, guardian of the sorrow, slayer of demons, king of kings, voice of Elaket, emperor of no kind, mighty companion of the bronze dragon, and now the Cult Ender. Every remaining Jazab cult province in Halan will be converted to Kabengaga, and we gain a permanent claim on the Busanor region. Is there even any Jazab cult left? I think that was it. That was the last one. Mix? It says in Halan. Is that really? I guess, yeah, it's not Halcon, it's Halan. Yep, there we go. You're welcome, Mix. You're welcome. Yeah, Halan's the planet, Halcon's the supercontinent. We did not lose those troops either. Okay. If I make another Madasi... Okay, after this war, we need to make another Madasi. Then we need to pass the Legions of Kedarata reform. Get pranked drug dealers, that's right. That's right, dealing drugs doesn't pay anymore. See, this makes me want to dismantle the Empire of Anbennar. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Because we need to start these wars in Anbennar pretty soon. Because we gotta let aggressive expansion die down. I really do hate the Conquer Anbennar mission tree requirements sometimes. It's pretty brutal. It's pretty brutal. to attack into Anbennar without starting there and being a different religion. They really don't like it when you do that. Who's starting the Empire? He's allied to the Emperor. And it doesn't matter. Everybody in the Empire will still get mad. You take entire countries via satrapy? I know. But then they'll have minus 200 opinion on me from aggressive expansion after I satrapy one person. Which is why dismantling and then trying to go around and gain like one province and satrapying people diplomatically is a pretty good idea. So what? Well, I can't Madasi them, number one. If they have a super negative opinion of me. We're gonna win this? Yeah. Let's get our bow. I'd rather not get Miltech increased costs, but I don't want to lose my army tradition. Nothing. Playing the Blackbeard cartel. Yeah, okay. See, I'd like to not let Avdel let him keep expanding. Part of the reason why I'm going after Sirenvar. But we'll see. The requirement is just that they are Kedist. Okay, so then I need their opinion positive so I can force my religion on them. Either way, I can't just be like, I don't care about their opinion at all. They do gotta like me eventually. And that's the thing, eventually. Like, so the sooner I do it, the sooner I'm there. And the sooner I get to the plus 50% relations, improved relations from my magic, the better. Speaking of, are we in one of those spots where I'm just not getting study progress? Yeah, we literally are. We're just not getting events. Parliament. I don't need the missionary. Well, maybe I do. Another missionary strength wouldn't be bad. These will convert in time, though. National tax and money. Don't really need culture conversion cost. I mean, I could culture convert all the accepted human cultures that we have. And then accept something different. I don't know if I really want to do that before I swap militaries, though. We not push our religion onto whoever CBs? No. They gotta be heretics to force conversion. Give the Ahati 5% more discipline. None of these seem all too great. A little bit of reform progress growth, cheaper advisors is probably the best bet. What is it, Janissary? You know. It's another weird word for the Ahati. Make a decent amount of tax. When is League War? It already happened. Well, okay. I'll take the money. I'm thinking. If I... We could dismantle, actually. I just need to fight Busalar. I would currently have to fight Dame's Crown, which is great. As long as they're an elector still. They are. Ally BPEC, Ally Moonhaven, Ally Silverforge, Ally the Damish Temple, Ally the Ryland Temple, Ally Telgier. Declare war on Busalar. Occupy Dame's Crown capital. Occupy Wex capital. Peace out. Empire dead. Ally Gawed. I'll Gawed into war. Gawed helped me win more easily. League should form. The league war happened. 1566 in your game? Yeah, it all depends on when when Coronite spawns. If it spawns later, you'll have a later League War. Let EOA spawn. I don't believe it's going to. They're making .02 when there's peace in the Empire. There's 26 heretic princes. And the cube's going to spawn at any moment. And it's going to tank this even more. Like, it's not going to happen. They got to 7 again. I just don't see it actually being able to unify. Because if I could let it unify, I absolutely would. I would, in a heartbeat, let them unify. Because it would make my life a lot easier. A lot easier. Has religious peace? Yeah, Anbennar starts off in religious peace. Empire of Anbennar starts off that way. I can't revoke because it doesn't actually enforce peace and whatnot. Yeah. So let's plan for a dismantle in the next war. We'll grab Sirenvar as a tributary. 102 aggressive expansion. Yikes. We'll have Abdel Lodum, we'll have Sirenvar, and then we ally a bunch of electors and we go after them. Wex has a 6 mil War Wizard, but what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Get you here. And we'll go after the Raj later, I guess. As cool as a big EOA is, statistically it's better to saturate the heck out of all of them because we also get interns. That's true. That's true. Now, I do have to own Bucelar myself, right? Yeah, or a non-tributary subject. So I can't just tributary him in one war. And I do need Everthil to have 30 development in 5 buildings. After finding the Gunpowder Jazz, 6 mil War Wizards don't seem as intimidating anymore. What do you mean? That was part of why they were so intimidated for me. I need 250, 500 dev sataries for interns. Yeah. Well, Wex would make that. Laurent would make that. Joed would make that. Ivar might make that. Possible. Can I get here in time? Oh, I don't need to get there in time. Yeah, we rolled them. We rolled them. Of course, I am taking a stupid amount of attrition in here because I'm stacking everyone up, but it's something I have to do since I don't have vision on most of the deep woods. I have to overstack to make sure that they don't get jumped. Where's going to be the best spot to invade the Empire from? Probably just in the deep woods. Because I'll see it when I match me this guy. Where's Hondarat gone? Dead. Gone to the wind. They're still here, though. The Gnolls, that is. Ooh, I could just go after Segdir. I could Koboldrize Arg Ordston, and we can grab Arg Ordston and Segdir as satrapies. It's tempting. Dismantle is probably more important. It's not like those dwarves are going anywhere. The dwarves make top tier Madasi. How many Madasi am I allowed to have? I guess it depends on how many Diplo relations I get. Obviously, Askasur needs to be annexed at some point in the near future. Also, when is this truce up again? 76? Okay. 50, not 51. 71, I need to release Brisson and Madurabar as subjects. That siege, you're going to move in here. Okay, that's the guy down south. We do, in fact, need to go to war with him. Let's send him down to do that. I need his state so I can implement, slave thing or whatever. I don't know. Whatever we got to do down there. We'll just keep blowing up their troops. Morale damage plus 10%. We are an honorable people, as everybody knows. This honorable people would really appreciate it if he could get a little bit more money. That way he can embrace the institution. Just saying. Get rid of swamp troll stuff. Oh, that's a good point. We are converting our Madasi stuff. The missionary might have been pretty good then, actually. I mean, we are still converting it with time, but it would have been a little bit faster. It's fine. Disagreeing advisor, that's also fine. Okay, let's bring you up into the deep woods. I was troll mill tech. Good. No, tech 12. So they're really only like 2 behind, maybe. I fully plan on integrating them. So it's not too bad. I do have a tier 9 government reform. We don't want more aggressive expansion. 2 trees of government gives +1 maximum to cultures, can revoke seats in parliament. Leviathan gives liberty, desire, and subjects -10%. Yep. That's gonna be it, boys. We're going with Leviathan. I don't see any reason why I'd give it up and choose something different. Like, separatism's great and all. Natural unrest is cool and all, but we're stacking liberty, desire, and subjects. So, that's what we're gonna do. Might be worth keeping them around long term. Well, I already Madasi'd them, so. But the question is why? Why keep them long term? What do the trolls existing do for me? The siege for you? Don't trolls have lower siege ability? No, they don't. They have 15% fort defense, though. Like, I don't disagree that I should have some Madasi around that are good at just fighting, but I don't know if Yazel Mora is who I want. A big part of that is they're not close to anybody I'm attacking, so every time they get black flag, they're gonna walk all the way back down here and become a problem. I agree that dwarves are great Madasi because I don't need their land, so I just Madasi them, and then boom, I just leave them there. And they keep developing, and they don't need to expand to develop as efficiently as everyone else. Their natural ideas are good. Their natural ideas are fine. Are fine. Like, all they have here is discipline. Morale damage received reductions. But, like, Also, they took horde ideas. So, they have quality. Equal quality. That's another, couple discipline. That's 10% discipline from that, from the policy. But horde ideas is rough. You think the command is a good Madasi? I don't disagree. I don't disagree. Command would make for a very good Madasi. We'll definitely need expansion naval before that will happen, though. I have a couple months where I need to spend this Diplo. There is the institution. And I'm a little early on tech. I didn't realize that I was early on tech. Well, I could take it early, but there are some provinces I need to develop to 30, like this. So let's encourage development here. Maketi. Is there anybody still Maketi around? Or Kasabin? I'll start to culture convert it then. When's that done? 15, 17, 10 years? Maybe not then. Because I do need dock, shipyard, privateers, marketplace. So maybe not. And expand infrastructure there. We can add it to a parliament. Get you to 20 development. Yeah, we do need a dock shipyard. That'll take a little bit of cash. We have the 2 there. That's all the building slots we really need. It does need to be 30 dev. So let's get it up to that. Oh. 30 dev is pretty good. I need to know how these privateers are doing. So why don't you go and privateer even in the middle of war? You need to be brought back up here. Pretty important. That is a lot of Gnolls separatists. What the heck? How is Brisson getting 17.4k rebels out of these provinces? I guess it is the wrong religion. So that would spike up the unrest from intolerance and religious unity. But still, it is his culture. So I don't even know how these rebels can pop up. Weird. Weird, weird, weird. Oh, deep woods, deep woods, deep woods, deep woods, deep woods moment. You can go and siege that. The trolls are... They look like chasing those guys. So, I mean, hey, shout out to the trolls, I guess. They're doing good. Get the rest of this siege down. Go here. Apparently I'm fighting rebels. Pretender rebels. Might as well just kill them now. Okay, they live another day. Shoot. That's not what I wanted. Go. Pretender rebels down. Move in. You're welcome, vassal. I am a kind, benevolent overlord. Couple months. I need to spend more Diplo before that year tech. Let's begin to siege. Yeah, I mean, I wasted a bunch of manpower in this war, but what am I supposed to do? What is a man supposed to do? Not overstack in the deep woods when he can't see anything? To be fair, now we probably don't because there's not that many dudes. We can pull back on you. You need to be fought, and Diplo points need to be spent. Yeah. Okay. I guess we just do development then. What other provinces need 30 dev? There are others. This. Desh al Deshak will need 20 development at some point in the future. So let's develop it up to 20. Here we go. What do I get if I upgrade this? I need to be a Kasi. Oh well. So that's up to 20 now. So that saves us some monarch points. I do fear that we might be making too many Diplo for me to stop there, though. Where was it? Raz Saran. That's Harklum. Yeah, okay. We might want to drop Harklum as a subject as well. I need to send a warning to Irlium to make sure they don't get got immediately. I should probably do that. Which kind of sucks, because I would rather just not annex them, but it does seem that I need to own a decent chunk of Bulwar myself. Accept Sun Elf as much as it pains you. I do not have an accepted culture slot. If I culture convert away the rest of the Shaki, then we could consider it. Let's go ahead and just do that. Oh. Yeah, we're getting rid of those ogres too. I start splitting the tributes to all flavors. But I can still go through and demand that my tributaries swap over to Gnollish administration. So there is still plenty that we can spend Diplo on, which is why the focus is still there. It's just, what do I want to spend it on right now is the question. 404 to 711. 307. 307 monarch points every year from our tributaries currently. Wild. Wow, this isn't stated, right? Okay. Fine. And it can be devastated, I don't care. Yeah, so let's cancel this satrapy. Ah! I don't know how long I've been at 100. Let's just do this reform. We'll make more Mordasi later. Legions of Catarata. Our conquest of Catarata has revealed the pathetic quality of its legions, the structure of which has not been significantly innovated on since the days of Eliket. With the entire region of Catarata united under our control, we can afford to specialize these armies under Harutep's command to greater effect wherever they are deployed. We get 10% movement speed, enables the Legions of Catarata mechanic. We also have 376 slaves, so we can start on the Grand Granary or exploitation of Akasik when we are done with the current. Starting at 65, it will be finished between 1570 and 1575. Establish new legions. Harutep stepped forward into the hall. The only other person in the hall was a legionnaire, the first legionnaire, who bore a great shield. Harutep approached him and drew his dagger. Harutep made a single cut across his right paw, and the blood welled up in its grooves. He approached the kneeling legionnaire, who held his shield aloft. Harutep held out his paw and let his blood fall onto the sigil of a hawk. Lose 50,000 manpower and 100 slaves and 1,000 crowns. Okay, we need more money. But there is the hawk. Unlock the mercenary company Hawk Legion. Flying modifier will be active when the Legion is unraised. 10% regiment cost, +1 land leader maneuver, 2.5 discipline. There's the Vulture, which gives infantry combat ability and reinforcement speed. Sigil of a Sandstorm for land fire damage and artillery damage from the back row. Sigil of a Cobra with fangs bared, cav combat ability and movement speed. Sigil of a Whip with blood on its tails. Attrition when loaded on ships reduction and disembark speed. Okay. Movement speed? It's either the movement speed or the discipline. Or the ICA. But land leader maneuver +1 is pretty good. Makes our generals even better. Not that our generals need help with that right now, but they will when we lose our army tradition. 20% make it easier to hunt down peeps. Yeah, it would also make it faster to move from one side of the empire to the other, which we're going to need, I have a feeling. Another good reason to have the Golden Highway built up. Are you dead? Yes. No one down here is going to care that I'm taking this because they're all my subjects. Right? Yep. I'll just full annex them. I will need to state these up, so we'll have to build forts here. This... I could just feed this province away to, like, Jagab Faru. If I didn't want it. But I can just keep it and eventually add it to a trade company. And, like, it's not a great trade company, but it's something. I want to get GovCap, but not yet. Not yet. This also opens up my way to going into Esken. But again, one person turns into a tributary in Canor, and they are all going to hate me. They are going to loathe me. The people loathe you, sire. Madasi Marhold. Why? Why? Oh, I don't understand why we want to Madasi everybody. It's a bunch of mandate every time I Madasi someone. And it takes a Diplo slot. Please give me a different event other than this. It's the only event we've gotten. Other than just like the basic, you've gained some experience. And I haven't even seen that one in like 5 years. Magic rework when? Magic rework when? When will I be free from this hell? Okay, you do that. You give me money. Welcome to being a subject. Are you disloyal or not? You are not. Why don't you go ahead and give me Diplo points? You'll give me 9 Diplo points. Not bad at all. A decent chunk of the Deep Woods are subjects. You're a vassal. You're a vassal. You're an ally. So I could have also satrapied you if I had pieced you out separately, but honestly, it's fine. I'll sell titles here. What can I upgrade? I can get the Dragon Academy to level 2. I can upgrade the Decadent Twins to level 1. I gain a flat 10 hedonism when I do that. Eventually it gives yearly hedonism, but we're kind of fine on hedonism for now. So I'm sure I eventually need to upgrade it. Lizard Port. Esuvrem is interesting thing. Less bad Ket events. That's true. It is less bad Ket events at level 3. I might as well. I'll just start it. I'll just start it. It's not that big a deal. Don't care. Don't care. Don't care. Don't care. Don't care. Ship trade power globally. Yeah, I'll do that actually. And let's make a legion before I spend all my money. Let's go movement speed. 100 slaves, 1,000 crowns, 50,000 manpower. Let's... Oh, I don't want to do this. Oh, I don't want to do this. Just swap everybody over to manpower. Because we want to make a couple of legions here. And I have the slaves to make a few of them. And I need at least 2. So I'm going to need a bunch of manpower. And I know exactly where I can get it from. And all it requires is maybe a minute or 2 of clicking the buttons. Yippee. Do be careful. I know, it gives 10% land maintenance. So we don't want to do too many legions without raising one of them as merc companies. Now, they are special merc companies, so they don't cost professionalism. And I do have some force limit to spare. So we'll probably raise whatever the next company that we do is. But we don't want to have a haughty with higher regiment maintenance and also have higher maintenance from the legions. That's going to make our troops very silly, stupid, expensive. Which, you know, I'd rather not do that if possible. So we'll go for a couple of years of manpower here. And then be swell. It'll be real swell. Needs to be a button to swap all tributaries. Needs to be a button. And when we get up to 60 mandate, I need to make a second Madasi. It's very important. Or a third Madasi, right? Yeah. What does it do though? Unlocks Gnoll Madasi. Our current and future Madasi will get unique renames and gain the Gnoll Madasi government reform. The number of Madasi subjects we can have is equal to the number of stewardship reforms we passed. Madasi gained through missions can go over this limit. Satrapies will need to have 150 development before we can turn them into Madasi, and the mandate growth we get from our Madasi will be reduced. We will unlock the Enlightening of Halan, Peak of Civilization, and Disciplines of Harutep stewardship reforms. Okay, interesting. How much is AE decayed? Did we read the minus 25% production thing from the Ahati? No, we have not. No, we have not. That is a good point. We are losing a lot of money from that. The thing is, we don't have the... I need to delete a bunch of Ahati and then rebuild them. So that way I can get rid of that. Because that is a lot of money that we're losing. And we make the most amount of money from production, too. AE in Fenguala has disappeared. The AE over here in the spot where we were like co-belligerizing people and not co-belligerizing people to get them, still pretty high. The halflings are getting over it. So it is going down. Canor did not necessarily appreciate me getting the elves. We'll have us in due time. Yeah, especially if we can ever actually study magic. Be great. $100 years Star Will Forgotten. Yep. All right, let's ally some electors. Vpec. Moonhaven. Moonhaven hates me. Did raid their coast. Yeah, that's fair. True relations. You are not my biggest fan. You are not my biggest fan. You are not my biggest fan. Okay, apparently we've got some improvement of relations to do to make this work. Oh, and two of them are rivaled. Aren't some allies of Wax? Nope. He didn't give a single one of his allies the elector's spots. Unfortunately. It's just Dame's Crown that I can get to war with here, but that's only if they stay as... I think Goed has rivaled me. Brother, come on. Well, I guess we gotta go to war somewhere then. While we're busy waiting for that. Raj? Segdir? And I just don't do Arg Ordston? That way I don't gain any aggressive expansion over here? But then I risk Abdel Ludum eating more of them. But I guess it doesn't matter too much. What? What? Right. Arklum is no longer my subject. Yeah, okay. Well, let's get access through them. Won't get much AE over Arg Ordston. I mean, they won't get much, but we'll see. We'll see. Send you back. Let's declare this war. Co-belligerize Arg Ordston. Force satrapy. Here we go. Am I missing something? Yeah. I don't have a way out of these 40,000 troops. Because I can't see this province. Oh, man. Oh, man. Ask for maps from the guy who has minus 200 opinion of me? No. No, it don't work like that, unfortunately. Well, that sucks. The Harpies, they also don't like me. Turns out, forcing people to be your tributary, not a big fan of that. And then forcing them to be your culture, not a big fan of that. Ask more persuasively? They're my subject's vassal. I can't ask more persuasively. Maybe someone in Canor might be more willing to give it if they somehow have the map, but none of them are friendly. I guess these 44,000 are just stuck. Does that be Corvoria? Yeah, that sounds like a terrible idea. Someone else may get me access through Salamina. Harutep's magical study slows. I'm well aware of how much his magical study has slowed, and I'm really not happy about it. So you just shouldn't bring it up. You just should not bring it up, game, about how much you're not giving me any magic study experience at all. Other than ask me to, like, sacrifice the innocent or something. Oh, and these troops got caught out, and I don't think they're going to win. Yikes. Yikes. I'm kind of thinking about reloading back a year or two. Like, this fucking sucks. And it's also dumb that I can't walk into my subject's land that's in Fog of War. Ugh. There's nothing I can do. There's literally nothing I can do. Harutep, cast the go back in time spell. Let's make sure that we're improving with electors. There are the techs. I guess I shouldn't have taken Diplotech if I wanted to take influence ideas, but it's fine. I do want to take influence ideas. I can't go through Corvuria either because it's also Terra Incognita. Like, I could declare this war. Oh my god. Bro. Relax. That's a lot of people. That's a lot of people. But I'm just like, fucked. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. Quick question. There is nothing I can do. There's nothing I can do to move those troops. They're just stuck there for now. Just hire more. Well, I wanted to delete the Ahati, if anything. So that way I can get 25% production efficiency back. I ask spies for more maps. Sure, I could spy, but I need to ally the electors so I can dismantle. I don't really have the diplomat for it. I mean, I could build regular troops. There's also, of course, these guys. 58 cavalry. 74 ducats a month. Are you fucking crazy? Do you think I'm ever going? That's insane. That is insane. 50% speed. That's great. Good for them. They're fast. That's my entire income. In what universe am I ever going to want to hire those? And it's only cavalry. It's basically buying a tank in 1600. Yeah, but like, what do you do with this stack? Like, I guess you fight people, and that's it. You don't need 58 though, ever. That's beyond any combat width that you ever get. Bro, birds. There's just too many of them. That's the problem. That's the problem. If there was like 40 cavalry, fine. But I don't think we're going to be hiring these. They're just, like, they're good, don't get me wrong. 100% cav ratio, 50% movement speed, 20% cav combat ability is good, without doubt. Sucks that shitty generals are allowed to be on there. That sucks. But, you know, it's fine. But 118,000 manpower for 58,000 cavalry, no matter where you stand these guys, they're going to be taking attrition. So you can only really store them in your land, move them out to attack, and bring them back immediately. Like, it just... I don't know, man. I don't know. Then I wanted the 12k stack. I said I want 40. I said 40. I said put it at max combat width. And then boom. It's never a problem. It's also 4.4 thousand to hire. Exactly. And all of my money. I don't know. Maybe someday we'll hire him, but not anytime soon. Not anytime soon. Let's just build a bunch of... I don't really want regular troops. Well, I should only build a hati. There's no reason to build regular troops. There's just not. I'm just never going to be able to get my production efficiency back. We have 23,000 troops more. We have 27 here. They're moving up. It's fine. We'll just have to go to war with Corveria or somehow get access through Salamina sometime soon. They just kind of hate me, but it is what it is. Does it say 4.4k crowns to hire? Yeah, because it's based on size. And because they're big, they just cost more. That's not too crazy. For 58,000 mercs, pretty normal. Like, your regular merc stacks can cost, you know, 830 for 19 of those guys. These are 747 for what, 29 of those guys. So it's not too crazy on the hiring cost. Size and composition. I think it's just size. No, composition. You're right. Composition, but I think it's like composition includes the size in it. It's how I'm understanding this. It is 24% more expensive right now because of overextension. Adventuring Company, it's a little bit cheaper. There's cheaper mercs for Anbennar. Am I too much with merc ideas? Yeah, maybe we should go merc ideas instead of naval. Maybe that's the key. The great mercenary ideas of Katarata for our legions. Does work. I don't need to state that up. I do need to build buildings, though, here. Dock and a shipyard. How's my privateering doing? I need a lot more. A lot more boats. Build more light ships over there. Work ideas doesn't decrease the desire to funny levels. That's true. I just gotta wait till I can walk. Somehow. One day. Did that just say it got looted? I saw the little pop-up of like 5 ducats, but it was red, which means it was getting looted. It must have gotten obliterated by an event of some kind. Maybe I should just improve with Salamina. So I can actually get these troops out of here. Boo. Deal with your own rebels, punk. My subjects will deal with them. There is Segdir occupied. You can... Oh Oh, do you have a fort in here? Boo. Boo. Boo, Argorston. Boo. We gotta get through another fort first. You need to be here to help out. I mean, the hope is that he's too scared to walk over here, and then we just walk in and occupy everything. That would be the hope. You need to be improved with. We are a year, not even a year out from being able to raid again. We have a truce with Ilium. No, we are a year out. 1572 is when we can raid again. You move in there. I need to influence Salamina. Wrong button. This is what I'm looking for. 275 ducats, but it is what it is. Then I should send them a gift. All this to free my boys. Free my guys. There goes another 300 ducats. 3 months of income. It's not that big of a deal. Do you have any rivals? You do. Raven March. Hello. Go and send you an insult. You're minus 14. Okay, we're almost there. Almost there. Our Gorse has 43,000 troops running around. Excellent minister for mill points or admin, prestige, and government reform progress. I mean, obviously, I'd like the reform progress. Anything I can use on this prestige first? Anybody that I can force religion on? There we go. Wait, no. I'm gonna annex you anyways. Whatever. It don't matter. Maybe they'll get one province converted before I go after them. That reminds me. Actually, I shouldn't have placated them at all. I should have just... Oh, I can't cancel. Well, there's a truce. Duh. Duh. So, yeah, it's fine. Still, Maldor is a pain? That is not the first time I've heard someone say that. What about it is a pain? Ogre Sprawl, ordered and grand. Because I have admin ideas... We can do something different. Alerted to the billowing dust clouds and thunderous bangs clamoring from the slum in Keterat, local guards discovered a district under construction. Cleared boulevards wide enough for a dozen pack animals, towering buildings carved with ornate reliefs, and sprawling common grounds, all freshly erected to titanic scale. Before they could wander further, a watchful ogre adorned in yellow and orange sashes stopped and rebuked them for wandering around the district without safety precautions. After some lengthy explanations, the ogre shared their people's plans. Dissatisfied with their dingy enclave, they have taken matters into their own hands, renovating the slum into a home fit for the scions of giants. Yet even as we marvel at their accomplishment, the sheer scale renders the area hostile for anyone other than giant kin. As they are still mid-renovation, we could require them to adjust pathways and structures for smaller persons, but we can also leave their free beautification project alone, earning the ogre's respect. How should our Nakad handle this sprawling development? I found their paperwork. Let us approve with certain conditions. J. Calabash gets 25% local tax till 1581. We gain a small tolerance increase of ogres. We gain a base tax there because we've completed admin ideas. No money, negative starting budget, but expected to spend lots of money, do awkward diplo due to trade leagues, and do annoying wars. A fun time. 60 mandate, by the way. Once we're at peace, we can make a Madasi. You will ally me. You will get a little bit of aggressive expansion, though, so let's top you off. The dwarves might be trying to contest me here. They're around. Oh, they just lost. No, Ezel Mora just lost. Development of veneering. Egdir, can you please? Thank you. Maybe I should have tried to fight him here. Might not have been a terrible idea. But, okay, there's max relations with Moonhaven. Still trying to siege that down. Greater mines have been taken. I don't know where his troops are. Gotta be a little careful here, because he does have a decent amount of them. Oh, wow! We got a Magic Study Experience event. Nice! I didn't know it was possible. Huge! Put a shipyard there. There's all of his troops. He is not up there anymore. Build GovCap. Always be building GovCap. Never not be building GovCap. I love building GovCap. You will give me access now. Thank you. Free my boys. Free my boys. I can stop improving relations with them, and we can go back to improving with you. You like me a lot. Improve with you first, and then with Telgier. Preferably. Sometime. My diplomat ever wants to, you know, put a pep in his step when he's traveling back. Takes him a little while. I know he's not a harpy, but, like, come on. You can go a little bit faster than that, surely. Surely. Okay, move forward. The dwarves down here are running around without... all being black flags. Not sure what they're up to. 1,000 ducats. We do need to get another legion going. Here's the next influence idea. An additional minus 15% liberty desire from subjects. That's great. Not too bad. Split up. Are there any forts to siege anywhere near here? Yeah, Shastern deer. Let's get there. Let's get there. It's going to cost us probably 200 Diplo to vassalize our Ordston. Put you here. Reinforce. Our troops are better. We have 1 morale on him. Brutal. Brutal, brutal, brutal. You're crying. 1579, still no League War. That's what happened in our Bohemia run. The League War just did not want to spawn ever for any reason. But that was because we were too effective at taking out Catholics and converting them to Hussitism. That's a dead statesman. Yeah. Welcome home. Religion there changes to Elecatist. Nice. Wealthy calligraphy. This is for the gnomes. I don't want to lose a Hati loyalty. If anything, I'd like to find a way to gain a Hati loyalty. Right. I can't summon diets because of Parliament. They're at 86. Technically, the higher my mandate gets, the higher their loyalty equilibrium gets as well. Right? Yeah, it's at 5% right now for 75. So it's 5% every 25. So I can get an additional 5% if I let it get to 100. And then that gets them to 91. No. Yes. No. Yes. Math is bad. 94 influence. If I just delete some Ahati regiments and then rebuild them, that would get us to where I can get my production efficiency back. Which would be worse, because we are significantly weakening ourselves right now by still having that. Yeah, sell. That's what I was thinking too. We can sell. I knew I was missing 10% somewhere. I was like, I have a thing that I'm thinking of. But yeah, if we let them get to 86, then we can sell, and then Bada bing, bada boom. That also works. Because I do want to spend my mandate. When we are at peace. I wish for peace in our time. I wish for the dwarves to simply pay tribute to the rightful emperors. That's it. I'm a simple man. I've got 622 slaves currently. Damn. And I can raid. We're a year late now. The slave project isn't done yet. We could establish a new legion. I need 2 legions. Here. So... Guess I have war taxes on still. Maybe we go for this discipline. What's the Indian mission tree that we still have to do? Convert Canor. Too coward to do it in the moment? What do you mean too coward? I'm just not dog shit stupid. I know that if I go and do it, I'm going to get a coalition of all of Canor, and I'm just not interested in fighting a coalition. Ever. Literally ever. Literally ever. I hate doing coalition wars. I hate them so much. They're so tedious to do. They can't join if they're subjects. That's true. That's true. They can't join if they're subjects. I mean, yeah, fuck it. We could just like declare war on the Emperor and fucking force Laurent to be a satrapy, and then I can immediately declare war on Goed and make Goed into a satrapy, and then that just solves the problem, right? I don't know if Wex can be Emperor if they are a satrapy. We can just like blow all of our diplo on doing it. I mean, we could. It would just sucks. It would just suck. I don't know if I want to do that. Because I'd have to chain a bunch of wars and then piece them all out at the same time. And then immediately declare a bunch of other wars in order to make sure that they are not going to form a coalition. Because I'm going to stop the run if I get a coalition of all of Canor. I'm telling you right now, I will not do it. I do not have the mental space to fight a Canor coalition. I hate it always. Always and forever. Did I just lose a siege somewhere? Oh, damn. What the fuck? Throwing. What does the new Legion Work Company look like? I'm guessing 58 troops. Somewhere around there. Yeah. The Hawk Legion has 45 infantry, 10 cavalry, 3 cannons. They have 10% discipline and minus 10% shock damage received. And they cost 44 a month and 2.14k to hire. That is slightly more tempting to hire. Slightly. Still very expensive, but 10% discipline is 10% discipline. And it's not all calves, so it doesn't cost a bajillion ducats a month. So I might consider getting them. They're not too bad. Look at that. The 10 Dire Packmasters cost 14.25. Oof. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's expensive. Those cannons are expensive too. And just need these 2 siege, or this 1 siege to fall. And I think we can get this guy pieced out. That pisses off Abdel Tunger. And that's Eglu Zagnu rebuilt. While no city is built in a day, a mere decade seems like the blink of an eye, as for how far we have come. Standing in the shattered ruin of Galuabar Gate a decade past, it seemed a hopeless task to restore a long-abandoned city crawling with squatters and monsters. And yet, Egluzagnu has bloomed into an oasis in every sense. An ancient spiral pipework that delves down into some hidden enclave at the river still faithfully pipes water through the citadel even after what must have been 1,000 and odd years. It feeds a system of pipe-like flows tucked away in the eaves of the caverns, which themselves feed crystal clear pools of water scattered through the labyrinthine twists of the hand-hewn city. The few shafts of sunlight that peek and past the shattered crest of the mountain foster bountiful gardens, planters, and hanging pots filled with topsoil from the fertile land downstream. This little bulwark of the sand shines with ample splendor to suit an empire. Downriver, the modest city of Suruzagnu had largely dominated the region, but the reconstruction of the Ecluzagnu has outpaced it in glory. Just as it flourished, so too blooms the little stone of the stone palace. While its traders, diplomats, and sightseers are most often drawn to the now bustling Galuabar stone-hewn markets, the whole region grows prosperous into an oasis in the overland route from Bulwar through the Salahad. The ancient dwellings, inhabited on and off for 1,000 years, now play host to shops that hawk exotic goods from the four corners of Halan. Their patios draped in tapestries and elven silk that shield the market from the beating sun and the great rift above. The cries of exotic beasts, the smell of 1,000 cuisines, welcome weary travelers. Ecluzagnu, City of World's Desire. Gains minus 50% local dev cost, plus 50 supply limit, 10% defensiveness, and a level 1 center of raid. And that's also the end of our golden era. No more golden era for us. It's Jover. All downhill from here. Do. Need these sieges to be done. There's another fort. Oh no. We gotta go get that siege. Otherwise he's never gonna want to peace out. Let the Bronze Era begin? Real and wait a second. What do you mean Bronze Era? Interesting. It almost sounds like you're saying it's the era of the dragon. Interesting. Sounds a bit heretical to me. We were chill with him now. Don't ruin things, okay? We're chill. Got that siege back. You will become my subject. Yeah, Corvuria did not like that. Not one bit. We're at 78% loyalty. Equilibrium. Didn't it go down? Low trade income. Minus 5%. Oh, wow. Okay. Huh. Is it? I don't know. I feel like our trade income is pretty good. The 81 is our second highest trade income. I don't know. That feels pretty reasonable to me. Maybe I'm being weird, though. All right, Segdir, you will become my tributary. You will give me money. Yeah, because I can't get slaves from you. So there we go. You are now my subject. Number of subjects increases. Manpower, please. Okay. Okie dokie. You... What am I missing for this mission now? It's the freaking privateers, man. They have 15%. I'm being scammed. Does maneuver affect privateering? Surely it has to. Surely. Mousy Dolly, get in there. All right? I need you to go steal stuff. Free maneuver. That's all I need. That's all I need. Next month, are we good? The Raj is dying to the command. Would be a pretty good time to attack him. That is enough. Sweet. Build a flagship? Yeah, we could do that too. Really, I should build a trade flagship to stop this from happening. Stop losing 12.98 ducats. Slaves from the east. An old empire slowly crumbling under the weight of its corruption, foreign invasions, and, worst of them all, the attacks from the followers of the preacher from the east, intent on undermining its institutions. A young state founded by slaves, founded on slaves, pig-headedly reneging on its roots, shying away from the noble trade that made them great. Harutep has learned to accept mediocrity. Very few beings could compare to him, but to see a resplendent institution like the intercontinental slave commerce slowly becoming an opaque apiary of what it was filled him with sadness. This trend would be stopped and reversed by flooding the markets if necessary. Kobu Rakaz gets Eastern Slave Port to the end of the game, giving 2.5 monthly slaves, add a human and Harmari minority size, gain 100 slaves. We add Buvauri as a historical rival, permanent claim on the Drexoret and Telekinid regions. Okay. Well, my subjects already own a lot of that, but are you going to tell me that you want me to kill them now? 50 owned provinces need to be owned in this region by a Madasi. So I need a Madasi over here. Well, the best bet would be this guy, but he hates me. And I've not converted him yet. Now we get almost all the provinces we need. Bayar Baretti. We will enforce religion, and then we will enforce culture when I get some more Diplo points. And then I will turn him into a Madasi. I will turn... first of all, I need this to be a state. And I need to build a fort in this province. Leave that temple, I don't care. And build a level 2 fort. I don't want to go upgrade my forts. A lot of money. That's a lot of money. You need to have the... Right, I need the golden chains thing to be done before I can get access to that edict. Okay, we were going to make Kalugiash into a Madasi, right? That was the idea. We lose 10 mandate from that. And yeah, we're going to go over our diplomatic relations, but it is what it is. And then we got to release those guys when the time is up. I never raided, like I said I was going to. Do I still have a truce with Ilium? Nope. I do not. They vassalized them? No, ally. They're trying them. Let's get our boats out and let's start doing that. What can we do over here? We can raid as well. Let's ally Moonhaven. Ally Telgier. Let's ally BPEC. Let's ally you. Let's ally... The Ryland Temple is not interested. Go ahead and influence them. Get them a little closer, because here's the thing. We're going to ally the Damish Temple, and then the Ryland Temple is going to want nothing to do with me. Lex and Dame's Crown be dealt with. How do I convince the Ryland Temple to ally me? Is the question. Just click the mission first. Yeah, we can do the mission. I'm just trying to figure out how to make this work. I mean, I can keep improving relations. If we can get him to flip friendly, then he'll do it. Alright, expand the Madasi. The system of Madasi has reserved Kedarada's interest for millennia as a means of granting the realm a safe buffer from external threats, as well as influence over lands that would otherwise be too remote or distant to govern and defend directly. Harutep's eyes gaze now on a system as old and dysfunctional as an unhappy elven marriage. The waves of corruption and chaos have left the institution a mess, with some Madasi forced to manage vast swaths of land barraged by trolls and lizard folk on the outside, with rebels and stubborn kings internally, while others are set up to help rule singular cities where the full scope of their tiny realm can be seen from their lofty bedrooms' many windows. This will not do for Harutep. By reorganizing the Madasi to cover set larger domains instead of just assigning Madasi to whatever puny or turbulent realms that might already exist. These realms can better serve their purpose of protecting from outside threats and projecting power without the need of expensive garrisons. With larger Madasi comes the need for larger governors. Gnollish governors can better help rule these lands in a manner distant but familiar enough to old Gnollish tribal clans. Any human Madasi that might object need be reminded that although Gnolls have changed to worship the Ket, they continue to be edible to unhappy masters. Crazy. We unlock Gnoll Madasi mechanics. Current and future Madasi will get unique renames and gain Gnoll Madasi government reform. We can have the number of Madasi up to the number of stewardship reforms we have passed. Madasi gained through the missions can go over the limit. Satrapies need to have at least 150 development before we can turn them into Madasi, and the mandate growth we get from Madasi will be reduced. We unlock 3 new stewardship reforms. Now I need 50% of the army to be Ahati regiments, or at least 15% discipline. So it's asking you for a meal idea that has discipline and advisor, or more Ahati. And we're going to do more Ahati for sure. But my production efficiency. I have 82 mandate. Let's take back up. That mission is 25 years and minus 25 aggressive expansion. Yeah, that would be worth holding on to. That would be pretty nice. It'll give us an extra war or two to get people all subjugated and dealt with. We should do 1 year of manpower. We get up to max manpower, and then we're going to flip over to Diplo again. Now, how do I... How am I going to get access to Wex? We'd have to get it through Corvuria, Irlium, Abdel Tunger. We might have to land boats or something. I guess we'll see. Figure it out. We can rebuild the Golden Highway in Far Bulwar. That's something. I gotta pass that reform so I can annex him. I'm not gonna seize land right now. Let's just keep raiding. Let's just keep raiding. We might have to do landings. The thing is I can only land 16 at a time, which is not exactly the most impressive amount of transports. But if it gets to the point where it's looking like we do have to do transports to land, then that's what we gotta do. I'll just build them. Guess you can keep privateering here. More boat. Yeah, more boat, always good. Add you to a center of trade company. Add you to a trade company. Add you to a trade company. That should hopefully give me a merchant. You to a trade company. You're stated. You can go to a trade company. Now at least. That's stated. You're not converted yet. You're not mine. I'll give us one merchant probably. So we can start pulling trade from... Alright, there needs to be a 215 manpower. Where are we losing a lot of money that I need to think about pulling forward? We could pull here. It's not a whole bunch though, but it's some. We can also collect in our capital. And that might be worth a decent chunk of it as well. I mean, I could pull from the Sionkin node, and then some of it will be pulled down here. That's probably not a bad idea, because all these guys are going to bring it down, and then I'll get some of it. But everywhere else is pretty low value. Well, I guess there is down here. 4.89 is being taken away. I'd bring almost all that up, so maybe we'll swap it over. We'll see. See new gov button. This one? Right here? Ooh, no Madasi. Number of Madasi subjects we can have is equal to 14. Current number of Madasi is 3. Yeah. Guaranteeing Abdel Tunger still. Military access through Harklum and Salamina. I can get rid of the Salamina one. Don't need to do that. They don't take up a slot anymore, so that's nice. So we should make more. We should make more in time. Obviously, we have to find people that are willing to convert. Isaiah trade node. Aiming cost is 73. Goal for Rahin is 52. No, aiming cost. Like I said, it's possible the Bay of Wines could be higher, but not very likely. Or is its own subcontinent? Yeah. We could add this stuff in. We definitely want to convert it first, though. We are close. I mean, we are at 69. Yeah, if I have manufactories, we can get there. If I stopped losing all this money to Eberthil, we'd also be there. Just another reason to go conquer Busalar. Muakkar is the most valuable one. Not all of those are going to get here, but it's fine. Once we dismantle... Question is, do I actually take anything from Busalar in the first war? Yes. I get a border with Vern. And I get a border with Zagamber. And then we start. We could at least think about it. Because I can also go into Eskin right now as well. Like, there are plenty of places I could go to start expanding. If I finish influence ideas, I do get minus 50% unjustified demands. Which would be pretty good, because that will save me a lot of Diplo when I separate piece people out. Cancel mill access there. And I think we just let the Tungies go at this point. Sorry, Tungies. Where are my boats? There they are. Let's get around and actually raid everybody. Yeah, they're going to be my subjects and they're going to hate me for it, but what are they going to do? They'll all be mad and blah, 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 blah. They'll get over it eventually. Okay? Get over it eventually. Raid you. Raid into here. All the monies. Not protecting against pirates fast enough. Hee hee. Hee hee. Now there is the thing that if I do subjugate all these guys, I can't raid their coasts anymore, but it just kind of is what it is. Alien Sleep, Dovesworn? Nope. Not when I last looked. There was one. There was one singular little Dovesworn Gnoll. There they are. There they are. Question is, will the trolls actually deal with their rebels? I hope so. I hope so. Ryland Temple, I need you to cooperate, man. I really, really do. You hate Conwell? Yeah, I hate Conwell too. They suck. They're kind of stupid and ugly and terrible. So I'm going to go ahead and insult them. That gets you to 107. If they don't flip friendly, I don't think we can dismantle in this way. That would be a crazy war. Man, ally to rival. I don't want to rival. I don't want to ally you now. Their match should have built naval batteries. Real. Like, there's literally nothing I can do about this. We can't guarantee. Well, the problem isn't the opinion. The problem is I need them to flip friendly to give me more reasons to ally. Or I need to get to war with them. Somehow. Cast spell for rep. 1,800 ducats. Yeah, I'll do anything for this. Do I have a Diplo Rep advisor? I do have a Diplo Rep advisor. We can proclaim a guarantee on them. I guess them to minus 46. Any way for me to get to war with their allies without no sea being into the Empire? Not really. Not really. That's so sad. Well, there is actually there is a path. If I declare war on Wex and co-belligerize Gisden, I can co-belligerize Anbennar, and that gets me to war with Orion Temple. That's a toughie though. That's a toughie. I don't know about that one. Yeah, we have to buy BPEC too. Did I rename Ask Sir? Oh, I did not, but they have been dynamically renamed to Katzagant. And Kugluyash got renamed to Smorgasborks. Okay, dude. No way you just named a country Smorgasbord. That's crazy. Willing to fight all of Canor to not fight all of Canor. Yeah, I mean, that is the thing. Like, I would have to fight them all anyways. I just want to fight Busalar. I want to attack Busalar. Beat up Wex, right? Take this island or something, and then I can start going crazy, and I can start taking them all out. We can go after Laurent. We can satrapy Laurent, which would not be difficult. Then we can immediately satrapy Goed. Like we can do it. I need to dismantle first, because I don't want there to be a new emperor every like 2 minutes. The trolls did get renamed to Esubia. Why? 80 isn't effective unless you take Empire land. No, it's not about taking Empire land. It's about like, I take Busalar stuff, right? I have to start chaining wars against the Empire. Because I have to take all of Busalar. This is like 500 aggressive expansion. Look at this. Look at this. You tell me like this will add in all of the at least this chunk of the Empire here into a coalition against me, and I don't want to just sit here stuck behind there being a coalition eventually. Unless I do the funny and I just turn Wex into a satrapy. They won't form though. They will. They will form though. They will. Just that alone matches my combat prowess. Like you know, and yeah, it's Laurent, so it adds in a lot of people, but like it will form. It will. It will. That's for the majors. I mean, we could. I could literally just declare war on Laurent right now and force it into being a satrapy. I'd have to fight Dame's Crown and BPEC and Wex. But, like, we could do it. We could. But the moment we turn Laurent into a tributary, we have to go to war with the rest of Canor as well. Go Corvaria Laurent. I think Corvaria alone is going to cause some major problems. We could. I need more Ahati. We gotta build a force limit. We gotta go to force limit. I really need my money back from that production efficiency. If I sell titles and do whatever the Ahati want, we're there. If I delete all of my Ahati right now and then rebuild them, we're also there. No, I can't summon the Diet. I can't do what they want. This would get me to 85. I delete Ahati. We sell. I delete the Dragon Specialist Boys. I think I need a month tick to update it. I have to go through and change out of manpower. Okay, let's bring all of our troops back to our territory. They're all spread out. Oh man, this is gonna slow down our mission tree too, by the way, if we do this, but long term, like, long term it's not a terrible idea. More proper Golden Highway rebuilt. Yep. All provinces in the Fangawala subcontinent are owned by me or my subjects. Oh, never mind. We have to do it anyways. Yeah. Okay. We literally have to subjugate all the Canorians anyways. All right. Well, fair enough. And we just kind of have to do it. As you win the diplomatic round, a thing, take a province in the middle, bunch of guys, ask them to be tributaries, elevate them, repeat. Yeah, that's probably how you're like supposed to do it. That is not how we're gonna have to go about it. If I have to have all the Fangawala before I can even get to my magic missions anyways, that means I need to subjugate Laurent, Neckliff, Vern, Pearl's Edge. Unless I'm misreading this. But it doesn't look like I am. Yeah. At the very least, we need Vern, Laurent, and Neckliff, and Pearl's Edge. So that means fighting Laurent. That means fighting Pearl's Edge, who's allied to a bunch of people. Vern, who's not huge, but allied to some people. And also is in the Empire, which means they're defended by Wex. So we might as well just kill Canor at this point. Oh, it's just like Tellum all over again, man. It's just like Tellum, except we're stronger than Tellum was. And I don't have to core anything myself. Okay, let's get all our troops back. Let's see what we can do. We're just gonna have to do the thing. I did take admin ideas. Yeah, well, I shouldn't have taken admin ideas. I shouldn't have taken the admin ideas. We're at 90. You back. You gotta come back here. That's not true. We should take admin ideas. We probably didn't need to take it when I took it, though. Gum kept solid enough we could kick admin for another group? No. Unfortunately not. I guess I could. Also, I didn't swap off of manpower. We could get 5% more Ahati loyalty equilibrium. Okay, I need to delete just a couple more Ahati and then we're there. Delete you. Month tick. Recalculate. We can now get my 25% production efficiency back. Well, I guess there was the argument that maybe we shouldn't and we should just get the combat ability, but I'm going to get my production efficiency back. Going to make our economy go from 105 to 117. Damn, that's a lot of money that we did not have. Okay, now we have to rebuild the Ahati. I could hire a merc stack as well. We're at 99 mandate. I should do a reform. We could do Lessons of Aketa for another 5% discipline for our Ahati regiments. Or we can do another Madasi so we can eventually annex our Madasi here. We also go exploit the land for money, but you know, we'll get to that one eventually. Same thing with Starfall. Disciples of Harutep. Madasi gain the desire reduction. Madasi are always powerful mages and +1 monarch port. Ooh, that's a lot of war wizards running around. That's a lot of war wizards running around, is the thing. We're gonna go Lessons of Aketa. Aketa Bronze, where he walked, the earth trembled, both from his footsteps alone and multiplied by the legions behind him. Spending much of his time living in human form as we mortals do, he led Ketaradan armies to Bulwar and expanded the borders of the Ket as far as Aska under his command. By emulating warriors of old, those who served the great dragon, we can make legionaries out of our regiments. May a Ket guide us, their blade. I think I want this discipline for all of our wars that we're about to do. We're going to do this. We're going to lose 70 mandate, which is going to lower our morale of armies, but it will recover with time. This has been a waste because I've gotten one study event in the past 10 years, which is insane. Actually insane. We can start to build the Golden Highway in Far Bulwar. I might as well start it. And we do have to kill Harklum. Oh, we might want to do that first. No, because we have to wait for these two anyways, which is soon. And also, I can just stop guaranteeing and allying all of these guys. They're all gonna hate me. They're all gonna hate me here in a moment, so fuck them. Edom lets your mandate recover. Well, I do have to build more troops anyway, so we're not going anywhere yet. 10, 20, 30. 40, 50, 60. 60 Madasi. And then we can hire... Not you. The Hawk Legion as well. Terrible general, though. Terrible, terrible general. Bring you back. Cancel our alliance with BPEC. Cancel it with Moonhaven. You all had your chance, okay? You all had your chance, and the Ryland Temple ruined it. Don't forget that. Don't forget that. You also do. I also need to find a 10-year span with no war to flip human. You're right. And Tech 15 is coming up. I think it's right now then. I think we flip human now. Flip human now. Then we conquer Canor. Because that's when, this is when Gnolls are really bad. Like, our troops barely improve at all on this upgrade here. Like, they're just not that good of an improvement. Meanwhile, humans start to get much better here. We have 87.8 army tradition. It's going to go down, but now's a pretty good chance to do it. I think also 120 mandate. We use that to get a Madasi gang together. Yeah, we can do that as well. And we can just pick off... We can pick off these small guys in here in that time. I think that is probably the plan. So let's flip human military. I don't know if I've ever done this. Also, we're about to max out on slaves. I just don't have anything to spend them on. Yeah, we gotta get this thing done. So we gotta go to military tab here and click on the humans, and we gotta switch racial militaries. It will cost 200 mil power. Till 1485, we get minus 33% manpower recovery speed, plus 10% yearly army tradition decay. But we get human military till the end of the game for 5% morale of armies and navies. Our unit type is changed to Solidesi. I'm trying to remember how good they are. Not very. Yeah, it might actually be better just to stay Gnolls. Yeah, let's make a save. Let's see. Let's see how good they actually are. Because if it ends up being that the Gnolls are just flat up worse than Solidesi, then we might just have to stay Gnollish. Which suck. So our Tech 15 troops, they're going to be 2 offensive fire, 1 defensive fire, 3 offensive shock, 2 defensive shock, 2 offensive and defensive morale. If I swap over to the humans, oh god, no, they are worse. They are worse. They are much worse. Holy shit, they are bad. They are super bad. Never mind, we're gonna have to stay Gnollish. Yikes. Yikes, dude. Yeah, no pun intended. They're dog shit. You know, that was that. No. We can't do that. How do we accept elf? We don't have enough elven development. Convert the humans to elf. I guess that is one way to do it. Isn't it that you need like 30% of your development to be the race that you want to swap to? Isn't that how it works? Like if I wanted to flip to elves. Yeah, 30% of fully stated and cored provinces have to be elves. That's just never going to happen. It's literally never going to happen. Like, the sorrow is full of humans and Gnolls. And nothing else is going to match that development. So we just have to stick with Gnollish military. Brutal. Brutal. That increase to fire damage received will eventually hurt against the Canorians quite a bit. But, skill issue, I guess. Okay, well, in that case, we don't have to wait for Canor. Let's do everything and use that minus 50% CCR. Funny joke. Funny little hee hee ha ha moment. Drill up? I mean, the drill will just go away immediately. Right? Like, we should just... We should wait for 50 mandate. We should wait for 50 mandate, though. What's naval combat with? I always forget where to check for the combat width of navies. I know that it's somewhere. Is it just a modifier that I need to look at? There's got to be an easier way to look at it. There's naval maintenance. Piracy plus 15%. What? Wait, do we just have higher maintenance, naval maintenance, because I am pirating? Was it in the army tab? Or up here? 50? Oh yeah, it's right here. Literally right here. Okay, so it's 50. Math. Long story short, 20 heavies is enough to fill the combat with. That's all that matters. We do have minus 10% ship durability though, so that's not great for that. What? It is what it is. Is what it is. Abuse of tributary status. Tributary trading port will be removed from Karshir. That's fine. They are a pirate haven. Rapid development due to humans. Living test subjects. I'm gonna go crazy. I'm gonna go cuckoo crazy. Stop doing that. Just give me like a regular ass freaking study event. Am I being weird right now that I'm just not getting any other study events? There it is. House of the Golden Chain is done at least. As the sun rises over Kedarat, one of the first buildings hit by its rays is the House of Golden Chains, an ornate palace home to the imperial bureaucracy of the same name. The palace is 120 cubits high and has a square base of 150 cubits, and at its apex is a dome of gold, as befits the name, inscribed with images of the Ket and the Gnolls masters of the Empire, so that all within its walls do not forget on whose behalf they labor. As the day drags on, the complex accumulates the detritus of a day of busy administration indeed. The House of Golden Chains is the largest consumer of paper in Konolkhatep. Some of the clutter is cleared away when the vast pyres are erected in the south and east gardens during the noontime break in order to burn the confidential letters received from governors and the reports of disfavored slaves, and the quantity of paper burned is so great that the resulting column of smoke is said to be visible from Nyrad. When the sun sets for the day, those looking directly at the House of Golden Chains might be forgiven for not noticing, so vast is the number of lamps burned on each floor of the great palace. Such illumination allows the slaves to work their most unkettish hours all the way through the night. All is right with the world. Till the end of the game, we get minus 0.1 yearly corruption. We gain 21 slaves. We can do employ new governors, and I can also throw on the new edict, I think when the month tick is up. Employ new governors. Each super region in Helcon outside the North Salahad, where we own at least 30 provinces directly or subjects, will gain access to 4 slave edicts. Each super region can only have 1 active edict, giving a bonus to every province we or a subject own in that super region. The edict of enslaving is +3 on rest. We get +2 monthly slaves, cumulative for every edict. Edict of assimilation, minus 25% culture conversion time. Provinces that get converted to Sorrow Main Gnoll or any Kedarat culture will receive 1 random development. Edict of integration, minus 25% core creation cost, minus 25% governing cost. Edict of service, plus 10% manpower, plus 25% garrison size. Each edict costs 50 slaves and 100 admin. If we conquer or subjugate new provinces in a super region where we have an active edict, we'll need to apply the edict again to include those new provinces. The event Slave Governors happens. Gonna be Horashesh. Or not. Because it's not. Well, we're looking at super regions? Yeah, super regions. Still a no. No, it was right here. It's right in front of me. Tanib Dajek is where I would like to do it. Gilded statue. The governor disembarked from the gilded carriage and stretched his arms over his head. The journey from the House of Golden Chains had been long and grueling, but the state had provided for him well, as it always did. Taking his first steps on the soil of his province, the governor was struck by the magnitude of the task at hand. He was unsure of how to proceed, but his mandate from the capital was clear. He was to focus on enslaving the province's population for the glory of Konolkhatep. Yeah, I guess so. Tanib Dajik subcontinent gets Edict of Enslavement. And I could go for Fangawala as well. And go for... province governing cost? Maybe the spell might tilt events to give you evil ones. We are... we're like 1 level up. We're denounced. But just denounced, you know. It's like, we're not even that bad. Everybody's denounced. If you're not denounced, you're lame. You're not even really doing magic. That's that. So now I can throw on an edict. Well, that is the edict. So we can start slave projects. Oh, lordy. Okay. We have a lot of options. Lot of options. Which ones are the ones we need first for missions? Need all of Horashesh. Need the Golden Highway. Bengwala needs to be owned by me. You're not any of the specific ones. You want me to own all provinces in Busanor. It doesn't seem like there's any specific one that we need to do first. High Temple of the 2 would give me goods produced in Elakatis provinces, and would also give me an extra missionary as well, and cheaper dev costs in Nerakatis. Supply limit, the gold mine, monthly splendor and Diplo relations. Yeah, let's go for the goods produced. High Temple of the 2. Bring all these troops together here except you. The Saran floods. Yeah. Or Satrigan's Bulwark. Can't do that. Well, why not? Well, I did raise his coast. To be fair. I did do that. So he'll hate me forever, which means I can't religiously convert him, nor can I culturally convert him for hundreds of years, which stops the mission tree, so we can't do that. We have to conquer manually. Here we give you a golden age. Oh, I already clicked the button. His heir is a Silwex, he must die. We must kill this evil before it becomes too strong. You can get the Diplo annexation cost. Yeah, let's do that. And let's swap everybody over to giving me Diplo. Because I need to finish influence ideas as fast as we can here. And we have so many satrapies at this point where every year they give us enough Diplo to complete an idea. So we'll want that. I'm sure at some point in this war we'll need to swap them all back to manpower. But for now, Diplo it up. Oh, what time is it? 4:54. We got like about an hour left for stream today. A little bit of a shorter one than we've been doing, but just want to let you know. Which means we can start our Kenorian conquesting. But we will definitely not finish it today. Do all of that, and we still have to do naval ideas and expansion ideas. I have not abandoned that, by the way. We are still going to do the funny. We'll see if we can even keep Laurent loyal until we complete those. I think we can. It's already pretty good. But how can we call the campaign complete until the command is a subject? You know, like when else am I going to be able to subjugate the command? I guess the answer is Lot to Kong. You can turn it into a personal union. No. That works. Diplo, 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 Diplo. Diplo, 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 Diplo. Please give me Diplo. Also, is there another disaster in this run? Do I need prepared mentally for another disaster? Brain's gonna explode? Yeah, maybe. Upgrade Koroshesh for cheaper ideas too. Ooh, good point. Unfortunately, I need gnomes to be tolerated or coexistence, and apparently I don't have that. So let's focus gnomes. A little bit of Diplo, but that's fine. Yeah, in a couple months we'll be able to do that. Turns out the gnomes being all secretive and trying to join the Ahati lowered it. Let's... Oh, I have 42 regular troops here. I think I just delete them. Right? Like, at this point, I think we just go full Ahati troops. I don't think there's any reason to have regular infantry. They're just not anywhere near as good. 50% Ahati for the AE reduction mission as well. Yeah. I wish I could build these using the macro builder. 10, 20. 30, 40, 50, 60. That's another 60,000 of them. You can be deleted. Billy is willing to hunt pirates. We do have a decent amount of cannons as well. Go to 60,000 cannons. How's mandate? 36. $36. We split into 30,000 and 30,000. I should move you up to Bulwar. The Bulwar state's going to have a bunch of supply limit, and it's also not where I'm moving all my little troops to, so... We're doing a bit of a reorganization. I think we're going to hire that Merc stack as well. Though, it does give 2.5% discipline to all my troops if I don't build them. We can cast a decree. Dude, like, we need it to beat the spell power one, but I so badly want to click the Decree of Plenty to make a bunch of money. But we can't do that. It's the wrong decision. Actually the wrong decision. We have to keep studying magic. It just makes me very sad that I'm not getting the magic event. We can take this idea. Let's do the focus first. Because I can still upgrade this if I get a couple of gnome events, maybe. Maybe. Copium. All you in here. 1444, play on the magic rework branch. No. No 1444 is allowed. I've completed a mission. I'm guessing it is the Ahati one. Yep. Increased infantry cost, not appreciated. Not appreciated at this moment in time. Still missing one cannon. You can now split into two. You can walk you over here. That'll work. Ahati can move in. My commandant has died. That's sad. No, I think I want a morale of armies advisor. I think that would be in our best interest as morale of armies and not discipline advisor, since our Ahati already have 5% discipline. We have a Gnollish Ahati 5%. What? Is that different from This, it is different. Which means they're already at 113.75. So getting more morale would be a pretty big boost to more combat prowess. Oh, right, international ideas. Yeah. I think morale of armies is the correct play there. I do need to build more Ahati. Build 10, 26. To get another full stack here. Siege Monument. We could upgrade the Siege Monument, but it has to get to level 3 before we get more siege ability. It would just give loyalty, equilibrium, and manpower modifier in that state if we upgraded it right now. Hati Regiment is also getting 50% land fire. It's nice, but dude, I'm this close to just becoming a Witch King. Because apparently that's the only option we have. They're like, no, you will not just study magic. You must do the evil things. You have to. You have to. Pleasure Barge on the move. I lose 1,489 crowns and 17,000 manpower. Yikes. Yikes, yikes, yikes. Well, I have a discipline guy that I can upgrade, so I guess that's what we're going with. The game has decided that is my path. Not necessarily bad, just not what I would have chosen. Pleasure Barge on the move. Another 1,500 crowns gone. Well, we're not upgrading anything. Fun fact. Get to those satrapies. Really makes me wish for a nuclear winter. No, for oh, what's it called? That reform. Okay, here's more Ahati. On the highway, okay. So we have plenty of troops. Now I just hired the mercs. Our economy is going to suffer for this, but it's fine. We'll make it up. We have 112.5% discipline. Our Ahati regiments, which is all of our infantry now, have 117%. 117.5 discipline. So they're very, very disciplined and very good at what they do. I'm going to delete my transports over here to save a little bit more money on my navy. We have 2 stacks of 30 cannons. Go, swap all those out. And 15 guys, 15 cannons is enough to siege level 4 forts with the max amount of artillery siege bonus. So all 4 of these guys are going to be our siege. Now, we've lost all of our 4 siege generals, which is sad, but it's what it is. So all of you will be the siege. Edelbeck, why are you living so long? Not to say that you should die, but like, what is going on here? Your admiral lived forever, and you're 76. You're like, other than Harutep, you're the only one alive that fought against the Jazobite. Just hanging out, refusing to go away. I mean, hey, thanks for your service, I guess. But, damn. Don't you want to retire or something? Take a nap? We also have 90,000 just regular troops ready to fight without cannons, just here for reinforcing and fighting enemies. Yeah. Yeah. And then we'll hire the mercs. We'll probably hire them wherever we occupy something for the Hawk Legion. Though, I don't know. We might just use... It depends. It would save us a little bit of manpower if I use the mercs. But it would drop my discipline by 2.5% in all troops. You know? Not sure. He's practicing necromancy to stay alive, and that's why I keep getting the bad events. Well, that makes sense. That makes sense. We have 54 mandates. I think it's time. I do need to take an idea. We're not going to be able to get this. Grab the Diplo rep. We want to get unjustified demands. That way when I separate piece people out to turn them into tributaries, it won't be a big deal. The question is, who do I go after? I could declare war directly on the rent and turn the rent into a satrapy. We can also grab with non-co-belligerized, Dame's Crown, and Wex. That's a lot of Diplo points, but that eliminates a couple of the big players in Canor immediately. Wex still does have that 6 mil War Wizard, by the way. 45. Then we can immediately declare war on Gwed. Turn Gwed into a subject as well. And then we can try and do a bunch of wars in like Eskin and what's left of the Empire. Yeah, I mean, we'll literally turn anybody we're at war with into a tributary. There's kind of no going back from this. It's all or nothing. It's all or nothing. Oh, let's make a save here. Does this mission do anything other than give AE reduction? Well, we should click it. We should just click it. A barking of orders might never have been so literal with past dynasties. Gnollish yelps, howls, and chirps cut through the sound of battle as clear as glass, but the ears of our poor human subjects seem to struggle to understand our laconic tongue. Harutep has concluded that we must formalize the teaching of our language and stick to pronunciations most agreeable to our human subjects as to greatly improve our command of the battlefield. Harutep has so wisely seen that we can learn from the humans themselves. Our historians, merchants, and our many soldiers have learned of the more structured and disciplined nature of human armies that we can build off of. We cannot lead a civilization such as this with a monstrous rabble, but with grand legions of Gnoll and human together. The organization of these troops on the field can too help build much needed trust and camaraderie between our peoples. If they can work together on the battlefield, then surely they can in the field and the marketplace. It makes him to a general, but he's only 4 mil, unless he's got special stuff, which is possible. It's fixed. Okay, cool. Harutep marches. Harutep stood in front of his legions. His fur dyed a brilliant red and began to pace their ranks one last time. For once, he could find no fault in their formation. Were it not for the different heights of the soldiers, they would appear identical. Each of them stood like statues, and their armor was polished so thoroughly that it appeared to glow. Harutep resumed his place at the front of the formation and raised his staff high in the air. Legions of Konolkhatep, a new campaign begins. The legions gave a mighty roar. You have trained to your limits and beyond. If you had imperfections, you have smoothed them. If you had fears, your commanders have beaten them out of you. If you have worries, let me say to you now, none but the Ket know which of you shall live and which of you shall die, but I can promise you one thing. The square was already silent, but the silence deepened as every man in the square focused on Harutep's next words. If you do not return as a corpse, you will return as a hero. The men were trained to perfection, but they were not made of stone. The ones with spears pounded them on the ground, the cavalrymen reared up on their mounts, and the ones with only their voices sang the anthems of their legions with a pride fit to burst. Harutep marched onward to the land beyond the city. For the rest of the day, all he heard was the footfalls of an army in perfect time behind him. The legions march, and the earth trembles. Harutep gains 1 mil. Harutep the Reborn, guardian of the sorrow, slayer of demons, king of kings, voice of Eleked, emperor of no kind, cult ender, mighty companion of the bronze dragon, and general of the mighty legions. The Ahati gain 10 loyalty, a permanent claim on the Shadow Swamp region, and for 20 years, we gain minus 25% aggressive expansion impact. Boom. You tell me he's a general now? I don't see him. Does not seem that he becomes a general from that one. Is it from raw power that he eventually becomes a general? Maybe it's an event that pops up afterwards. I don't know. But it's time. And I think we start with the big boy. I think we start with Laurent. I don't see any reason why it should be anybody else. Yep, I will overwrite the save. Okay. Let's do it. Ah. Laurent, it is time for you to become my subject. And it is time to play... What's the new Anbennar song? Final Empire. Right? Is that the one I'm thinking of? Maybe not. It'll work, though. We are the Final Empire. Okay, so I need to get access through... Oh, right. You and through you. That'll work. On we go. Why would I have to use my boat? This is the song I was thinking of. They don't actually have full access through. Once again, bozo. Bozo behavior. I can't see. I can't get through. Are you willing to share your maps with me? Probably not, especially now that you hate me. Well, fuck it. We might as well just declare war on Corvaria 2 at this point. Someone else could get access. Let us hope someone else gets access. Send our boats out. I do want to get in Admiral Mason the Golem. You will lead our navies. You must be good, even though I will not blame you if you're not. You know what? We'll take it. We will take it. Ilium, I know you hate me. I should have probably forced access on them in an earlier war. Corvaria will give me access, but again, it doesn't matter. Oh, okay, hold on. We're gonna have a problem here. We're gonna have a problem here because I can't... get vision. Improve a dwarf, like my subject dwarf? For maps? Oh, Abdel is super close. Yeah. Abdel could give me the maps. Why did you stop moving there? Why am I just sitting here taking stupid attrition? Come on, man. As for our Parliament, land maintenance and less land attrition, I think is what I'm going to go for. You're not going to get my mandate. I'm not going to praise local regiments. Don't really want to give autonomy. Take sides, admin, mill, admin, placate, corruption, conscription, take side, placate, diplo, and sure, have some autonomy. There you go. Could have taken a Hati discipline. Nah, that'd be fine. It'll be fine. We did win a naval engagement. We do want to try and keep them off of our shores to prevent devastation. There's some Laurentish heavies. Remember, we have negative ship durability, so our boats will not live super long. I'll have to let them. You do have rivals. Bad news, they're all my subjects, so... there's that. Alright, we captured a heavy. Where's my closest shipyard? Does Eka have a shipyard? No. Do we have any shipyards over here at all? Not really. I'm gonna build one here. Just we have somewhere close by that I can retreat to repair my boats. Gotta clear these out. Influence and gift will get you there. I don't know if I have them. I do have the money. 593. Oof. Oof. That's actually a massive trait, though. 10% heavy ship combat ability. Good stuff. Good stuff. That is great. You're gonna go here. You know, you two can stay. I want the siege stacks to go out front. That is the preferable outcome here. We're gonna get these maps because Abdul is no longer angry with me. So you can. They're a colonizer, dude. So they're not interested. Damn. I gotta have somebody. Zanzibar. You gotta have maps of, like, the deep woods, right? Not the east, the west deep woods. West Dwarvar. He doesn't have it. There's gotta be just one of you rats. Silent Blade. You have zero opinion. Give me the west deep woods, please. Thank you very much. Okay. Dwarvar works too? Yeah, we could do the Dwarvar too. And there's the access through Corvuria. Let's cancel the access through Raven March so we're not getting flanked on all sides here. We should probably improve the forts in Bulwar at some point. That would be a good idea. But for now, let's just friggin' Diodarin. For now, let's Diodarin and let's get in there. Future Poe problem? Exactly. Exactly. We can finally leave the fucking deep woods. Okay, let's not take attrition. We're gonna have to micro our dudes here. So that way I don't get obliterated by attrition, because we're gonna need our manpower to go a long ways. Who is our best siege general? It is Fallen Hearts. You're going out first. There's another influence idea. Makes our envoys travel faster, and we get an additional 10% liberty desire from subject development reduction. So nobody has any disloyalty right now. None at all. Who's my largest? It's probably like Abdel Ludum or something. Abdel Ludum gets from 399 development, 20% liberty desire. We do have an intern project for minus 20% attrition. That'd be pretty good. We need one more year of Diplo, then we can go back to getting some manpower. I will upgrade that boat. We're going to leave it behind for now. We're going to go clear our coastline again. You can get the other siege general. Let's lock feet. Let the sieges move. Remember, Wex has 6 mil War Wizard. Not to be underestimated. Golden Highway construction, very good. You keep clearing out these boats. Apparently I should build some other stuff here. And I ran my troops directly into them. Good news, we are better. Bad news, we rolled terribly. Okay. Wait, do they have 2 War Wizards right now? They do. No. Unless he's an 8 mil? 6? What? No, that could be it. He's got to have 2. Maybe. I don't know. I guess we'll see. Guess we'll see. And here we are. The siege down. Hello, Wex. I heard you like to think of yourself as an emperor. No. I disagree. I don't think you are. I think you're ugly and cringe and bad. More than usual. But more importantly, you are no emperor. I am the only emperor. Are you an immortal god? No, I didn't think so. Therefore, I am a better emperor than you. Can I get into port in time to repair? I can. Get a repair tech. Bring you out. Now, we are worth a lot of guys. And here's the unfortunate reality. They might just run down here. They might. They might. Do I need this fort? Not really. I need a fort in Jakuk. Bad name. Bad name, all things considered. Yeah, I guess this will probably be stated at some point, so upgrade these as well. Or I can just add them to the trade companies. That works too. It's been converted, so if I add this to a trade company, then I can make the investment for 15% defensiveness. Or whatever it is. 30% defensiveness. So it's almost as good as having the edict. Almost. Okay. That was our old admiral. I was like, there's no way. There's no way our cracked admiral is already dead. That's actually illegal. They can't die that fast. Like, come on, man. That would be crazy. Why are we so slow? Or why are they so fast? Seem to have a hard time catching up with their boats. But we're getting them. I mean, we've sunk 40 boats so far. We've apparently lost 9. Smorgasborks has lost 9 specifically. Smorgasborks is sieging down the Laurentius territory down here, which is appreciated. Rent has not gotten all the way around yet. Now, they are here, though. But I doubt they have many troops down here. Smorgasbord can go and get them, so. Good on that, Madasi. Good on that, Madasi. I definitely don't want to be caught out in the far Divin. Well, I guess it's not that bad for attrition. The Dog Coast. Okay. Keeping an eye on the sieges up here as I blow up navies. So far, so good for the Navy game. You know? I mean, we don't have prosperity, but the devastation isn't getting too bad. Vern offers a loan. Vern, I don't think you want to do that. I think that's a rather bad idea for you. You don't know it yet. You don't want that. Okay, Wexkeep has fallen. I'll bring you down. We're going to move you in. It's a 4651 general. Edelbeck, don't die now, okay? You've lasted so long. You've lived for so long. Don't give up as I send you into battle. It's going to be very embarrassing for the both of us. Okay, we don't even catch the big stack. Go back out there. Split back up into 2. Keep on sieging. Wex not prepared for late game tactics in 1578. I will just walk across in a line. It is a great line, and I will walk it. Arklem, I'm going to cancel mill access. So that way the AI is not tempted to try and walk down here. Then again, they may just do it anyways. Might just get access themselves. We'll see. We want Tech 15 very badly. Tech 15 is +1 morale. If they have Tech 15 and we don't, that's bad. That's very, very bad. We got to make sure that we're on the ball with that. Love tax offering me loans, especially when the rates is equal or worse than the normal 4% and a tenth of the cost. I.e. Vern offering 25 loan when your loans were substantially larger for the rate. Yeah, it is kind of weird and just feels like an outdated mechanic, you know? Like, why would I accept a loan from someone? I suppose you don't have to pay it back, is the argument. But still. It's a weird... It's a weird thing. It's a weird thing. You mean mechanic added 6 years ago with no updates? It's outdated? I know. It's a hard truth to accept. It's a little bit of a controversial take, but I do think that's the case. Yeah. Mm-hmm. It's just outdated. Outdated, updated. Or not updated. We're just gonna keep deleting these troops or ships that we capture. I don't know if we have naval dominance yet. I definitely would not claim that. We haven't fought Lorent's main navy. So something to keep in mind. Alright, we can finish influence ideas. There's this vassal forcement contribution and some policies as well. Culture conversion cost, I mean, we might as well just throw it in just in case. Magic? Hello? Study magic? Please? We can finish. Entice the halflings. They have 200 of each monarch point and 1,000 ducats. And anyone here has a trust of at least 70 and an opinion of 150. A random country that meets the requirements will become Armadas and be converted to Elakatis religion and so remain no culture. They will get colonial frontiers with their halfling culture in all uncolonized provinces in the Favanosi region. Well, shit. A little late for that. Everything's already been colonized. I suppose you're supposed to rush for this in order to make sure that the colonizers don't colonize it, but that's like... You have to do that fast. So fast. I don't think I'm going to click this button yet. Now we have time. They say an army marches on its stomach. Well, the halflings neither march nor their bands of little archers could be called an army, but they pay attention to the needs of their stomachs more than any other race. Already driven from the mainland, their only saving grace was being protected by the sea. But any empire with the resources to construct a fleet of note would make even this last line of defense quickly crumble, never mind us. Harutep could easily swallow this sad isle and all his inhabitants in a single bite. But Harutep is not a devourer. He's not a mindless beast made of hunger. He's the steward, the master of the great river itself. These little half-men are easily bought, and not with gold, but with food. The halfling's carrot is but an ear in an expansive fields for he who owns the granary of the Divan Hall. There's 1,000 crowns, 200 of each monarch point, and we grab this guy. I was kind of hoping for a Hitarab, but I guess this is our new Medasi now. Yippee. Doesn't really matter who it chose. To be honest, it is kind of irrelevant. Let's get our 2 siege general over here, and we're going to start on this siege. Go there. Hey, why is it giving me the update that someone's landing on me? Hey, yo! Laurent! Can you not? Oh, yeah, we can't beat that. They have 4.3 naval morale. That's bad. Okay, we gotta build a flagship. with fleet morale, flagship cannons, and flagship durability. Build the Mazu. We need to send troops back to deal with it. No, we don't. Perhaps it is time for the Hawk Legion to make their appearance on the world stage. Naval idea is real. Yeah, apparently naval idea is actually going to be pretty good for us. Yeah, we don't do jack shit to him. We just don't. We didn't lose anything because we retreated out, but yeah, we cannot compete with colonizers for naval morale. Even if I went with the advisor for 15%, I mean, it'd get us closer, without a doubt. It would get us closer. But still, you know, they have quality ideas, so they have even better ship quality. Even with our trait, it's just not enough. It's just not enough. So we're gonna have to take 2 loans here, and we are going to hire on up the Hawk Legion. You do have to hire it in the Katarata region. We will bring them in, and it's not terrible that they're landing troops down there, all things considered. It could be worse. They could be fighting us up top. How long until you're built? Not long enough. We might lose that fort. Temporary loss, but still lost. We're taking land tribes. We're tributizing Laurent right now. Laurent, Wex, we're going for Canor. And I don't know if this is going to work real well, but we're going to go for it. And if we're taking some of Canor, then we're taking all of Canor. Is kind of how this is going to go, I think. Improve its own subjects while we're doing this. Unfortunately, dog shit general, and there's really not much I can do about it. Wex, I'm going to let you land just because I want to kill these troops. No more satire gone too far. I'll let the time out. Okay, Siege of Sinethil is over. Grab this. I mean, we've destroyed Wex. Wex has just been obliterated. You can go down here. Take these 30,000 troops, 60,000 troops with you. Dane's Crown is trying to hit us from behind. They're trying to encircle me. I do not appreciate it. Laurent is landing another 60,000 troops in Akasek. That's almost the entire Laurentish army that we're about to stack wipe. Okay, Dane's Crown is here. They decided to actually join the war. Which is fine, because we're almost done with our sieges that we need over in this area. H-Key, thank you for the prime. Appreciate that. BPEC has landed with a 6-4 general. We just give all this up, and we defend this Highlands fort. We just recover morale. Plus, I think they have to fight these separatists to get through me. And there is another heavy, but again, like, I can beat BPEC's navy. I can beat Wex's navy. I might be able to beat Laurent's navy. It's possible. I would need more heavies, though. And the heavies we have are gone, but I'd have to reinforce the naval battle. Or I would have to cycle the naval battle. Either one of those options leads to my success. Now, Dame's Crown, how much morale do you have? Because sometimes it seems like Dame's Crown goes crazy with the morale. No. Not this time. They have 4.02. compared to my 4.21. So, you know, it's still not bad by any means. Don't get me wrong. But they're not like at 5 or whatever. We are going to swap over, and I know this is going to suck, but we're going to ask everybody for mill points. And then next year, we're going to ask everybody for probably manpower. We could just split it right now. Probably the best idea. Half of you give me mill points, half of you give me manpower. And then if I need more manpower, we can always adjust it later. But I do want to get to Tech 15 as soon as possible, so that way I can have the 1 morale advantage and blow people up. Because that's pretty cool. That's pretty good. This. Oh boy. Oh boy. This is something. We'll do a couple more mills here. So part of me just wants to go all mill just to ensure that I can get the tech as soon as I can, and I probably should. I probably just should. It's just button clicks. It's not a big deal. I can do it. There ain't no reason to be a baby. Be like, oh, I gotta split it up because I don't want to click buttons. Well, what am I gonna do? Go and click different buttons? Yes, that's literally what we're gonna do, so I might as well just do these ones. I haven't missed the entire run up to this point. This screen is kind of scary. You know, that's valid. We have all of Sarhal as our satrapies, which are tributaries. And some people in Bulwar. I also have Segdir, Arg, Ordston, and Abdel Ludum as satrapies, and we have Sirenvar as a satrapy as well. We're going to be going expansion naval ideas next, and then we are going to have a bunch of Liberty Desire reduction from subject development, and then I can turn everybody in the world into a tributary. Though we will see if this will work or not, because Laurent is, you know, 800 development. So we'll see if we can even keep them loyal. If we can keep them loyal, we don't even need naval expansion. But if not, well, we'll still have Laurent as a subject for at least 15 years. That's the path mission tree takes. Not really. Like, yeah, eventually I think they want you to own all this, but we went a little crazy with it. We went a little crazy with it, with our vassalizations here. You show a trib. Yeah. Here, I'll go for the most disloyal person, Boyar Beretti. 183 development, 9.6%. Liberty Desire from that. And then there's also the 17% from our Diplo rep, and then all the other bonuses that we have. This one has a different name. What the heck? Yes. So one of our missions allows us to create Madasi, which are a special subject type. And those Madasi, because of a mission, get renamed. So these guys are not trolls. They are Gnollish in our religion, and they get special names. Like, Askasur here is Katzagant, and the trolls are Esubia. And Kagugliash is now Smorgasborks, which I think is the funniest one. I think it's funny. Each tag have a different name. That I do not know. Also, 07 to the Konolkhatep separatists that have been hanging out in this province since our disaster. They're heroes, and they will be missed. Will be missed. I have shipyards here, right? Do I have a shipyard here? Yeah, I do. Okay. Upgrade these 2 forts. No, don't upgrade forts. What? Hello? Money? I'm here for money, so I don't take a loan from the halflings? You know what? Just exploit some admin dev somewhere. Not there. Not there. There. Moderate tolerance for increase of gnomes. We need them to be higher, so that way I can upgrade the Grand Library of Koroshesh so I can get cheaper idea cost. 1,000 dev will get 53% of their desire. Nice. You're unworthy of their sacrifice. Timer out of events. What do you want me to do? Take a loan? Like a loser? No thanks. I'd rather just let those things time out. It's interesting that you say that letting events time out is somehow a bad thing. But if that was true, then why do they have a timeout? Interesting. Why do the effects not just immediately apply? Same. Okay, let's go blow up these Dame's Crown troops. I do not want the 4-3 there. I would rather have this 4-6-5. But they're a little busy sieging something down right now. So we'll go with this stack. Make it possible to play MP. Not real. It's not possible to play MP. No one does it. I can't think of a single person. His study slows. I'm gonna lose my mind. I cannot wait for that magic rework. No stack wipe. I cannot wait for the magic rework. I hope studying changes, and I don't have to just wait for the RNG of praying that the game decides today that I can learn magic, maybe, possibly, sometime. Maybe, possibly, sometime. Just be a Witch King? You're already an Immortal God King? Yeah, but like, I'd rather not be, you know? That loses me 6 Diplo rep. I do need to integrate some Madasi at some point. You could be playing the Magic Rework right now, but you play it. Can I? Can I play the Magic Rework? Also, we missed this fight down here. But that'll be it for Laurent's army. Where are you going? Oh, they're going to get to... Oh, fair enough. I'm going to barrage this. I want to wipe Laurent's army down here. It's almost all of it. Yes, with a mission tree that mostly doesn't care about magic. Unique content, magic triggers, and mission trees have not been updated. Okay. So it's not ready yet, is what you're saying. 85% on this siege, by the way. Go speed 3. There's a lot of guys around here. Speed 3, don't want to be caught. And blasting through. And then losing stuff for no reason. I'm going to have you sprint around to fight these guys. I really would like to get the Orda Aldrezia stuff. No cube yet, by the way. No cube yet. 92% on this siege. Damn. Damn. I'm not going to complain, but like, that's crazy. That's crazy, man. Ooh. We're gonna die trying to figure out what to do with Cracked Roar, Vorkalozivar, and Ash Chakuma. Yeah, I bet. And by we, you mean other good people actually working on the rework. I'm not actively contributing anymore. Ah, I see. The cube is hiding. They know the real god is in the house. That's right. That's right. I could bring my navy out again. And I should. More adventures. Just avoid the Laurentius Navy at all costs. You can't fail me on a 92% siege, right? You wouldn't do that to me, game. Okay, thank you. I thought they were. I thought they were going to do it. I won't lie to you. I thought they were going to fail me there just to spite me for saying something. Well, we're not exactly outnumbered, so let's pick a fight with these Ruby Hold troops. I don't know if people are going to reinforce that fight. Of course that. They roll an 8. We roll a 1 in the fire phase. That is less than thrilling. Then we roll a 6 and they roll an 8 in the fire phase, so that is less than thrilling. Curious. Curious. Reinforce. They also do not. We're an entrepreneur for the rest of our lives, for the rest of the game. Not bad. There are definitely worse traits to get. I need this siege to complete. Maybe we need to just white peace Wex. Or break Wex's alliance with Loren. I'm just thinking about war score and how we're going to go and siege down Laurent. And because I don't have naval superiority, I can't block off these crossings through the island or through the pearls. Which means that people are always going to just be walking over and unsieging Wex. And I don't have the fort defense to be doing that. If I pieced out Wex and I took him as a tributary right now, it is 88 aggressive expansion. Now, does this coalition fire? No. Does it form? Maybe. Maybe. Now, here's the deal. It doesn't matter, because when I piece out Laurent, the world's going to hate me. Well, it's only 73 because we have minus 20% aggressive expansion right now. Or minus 25 for 20 years. But here's the deal. We can always subjugate Wex. Now, every time we don't subjugate Wex is a time we have to fight him again, which sucks, right? But if I go and I subjugate Laurent, and then I declare war on Pearl's Edge here, Wex joins, right? So I can just get him then, where I don't have to worry about Laurent and Dame's Crown sieging everything down. Just trip him. I mean, that would be great, but I would have to convince Wex to do that. Emperor can't be sub? Yeah. Yes, correct. Correct. But I don't know how I'm going to keep consistent enough war score on Wex to do that. You know what I mean? That's the problem. Occupy his land. Thank you. Thank you. I didn't realize that was how war score worked in EU4. I gotta take a land? That's kind of crazy. That's kind of wild. I need to push. I need to free up these 60,000 troops and push Dame's Crown back to Dame's Crown and threaten Dame's Crown and subjugate them. Just waiting for my troops to reinforce. I suppose I could be switching my cannons out onto these other Aheti regiments. That's a very valid way that we could do this, since our Ahetis reinforce slower. I bring my cannons forward, and I bring you here. Then I have a new full front line. Ooh, I overdid that. There we go. Now you can move forward, and you have reinforcements. Just make sure we swap our best combat general, which is still on that siege, off, and let these troops then move together and recover, and we can give them general so they recover a little bit faster. Is there a keyboard to select all cav? Yeah, I think it's Alt F4. I was always happy to help for other sage advice. There is a keybind. Yes, very useful. So you said not much more in streamer call. Yeah, we only got like 10 minutes. I don't think we're going to finish this war today. There is Valiant Keep, though. I think I just move these guys to the north. No. I do want the general, though. I want the 6-shock general that does more morale damage. And you can go here. And you can move up. These wars are going to be... We're going to have to take them slow. But it'll be worth it in the end when we own Canor. We should blow up Dame's Crown's troops. So we're rolling zeros. You always be rolling zeros. Every day. Every day we roll zeros. What about Wexland? Yes. I'm working on it. I'm working on it. You... Also, you can split up. You two can split up as well. We're hoping not to do any sieges at the moment. Okay, there's Rebellionism. Keeping an eye on these 15k in case they try to jump them. I just don't know if occupying Wex fully is going to be enough, you know? Crazy as that sounds, I need 80% war score. Means if they have like 2 troops, they're going to feel confident enough to stay in the fight. You need to move in with this stack. Go here and here. You go there. You can move up to here, through there. Oh, you were supposed to move in with them. Laurent's now there. Laurent gonna try and Dunkirk his troops out? Nope. Okay. In goes the Merc stack to stack wipe the Laurentish. He starts at 0%. Oof. I need to have 30,000 troops able to go back and deal with them at a moment's notice. For now, you will do. Okay, it's 0% when they move their navies in, and I do not want to move my navy into the Dame's Head. That would be a very silly thing for me to do. Are we losing? No, they're breaking. Bad General does not help. Not help. 80% is pretty lenient. Hopefully lenient enough. Are they actually reinforcing this? No, they're not. Yes, they are. They are going to reinforce it if I don't send reinforcements to contest it. They were a little late, though. They're a little too indecisive. I forgot to move in here to get the stack wipe. There they go. The end of those troops. Bada bing, bada boom. They're doing what I was afraid. They are, in fact, now sprinting south. Now, that's not necessarily a bad thing. As long as my mercs can effectively contest any of the sieges in Bulwark proper, it's fine. Because it gives me free reign to sprint up to Dame's Crown and siege them as fast as I can. They do have level 4 forts everywhere. Laurent upgraded a lot of their forts. Okay. Interesting. All right. They will accept it. Yeah, I mean... Yeah. Here we go. Here goes nothing. Wex, welcome to serving the real Empire. Please don't form a coalition. And Thamarin is elected Emperor. Wex is loyal. Wex will give me 12 mil on the year tech. We'll go to the year tech. That will give us tech 15. But that is, well, the first The first of many. Now, of course, we do lose a bunch of access because of that. So we're back to the access problem. Yippee, but it is what it is. Forts will unsiege that. I need my mercs to move over to Bulwar. They do just immediately join to a coalition. I don't know, man. It might just be because we're at war with Dane's Crown and Laurent. The Laurent just got boofed. We stack wiped all Laurent. Who's the Emperor now? Thamarin is. Deck Irlium? With what troops, though? Like, I have no one back here to actually deal with them. I could get Irlium out. They're guaranteeing no one. Never mind. I could just declare war on a nail. And I could pull Irlium out. So that's not too bad. Make them join the family? No. I can't. I can't do that. I have to be able to build well, actually, I probably could. I could add Sarib and Zanjap in. I could take that in the peace deal. And then... yeah, but like, who am I going to send up against these guys? I've got no dudes down there. I could send 30,000 down, but do I really want to be sending 30,000 down right now? Like, we could, I guess. I don't know. I think we'll just end it here for today. We do have 93 mandate. We're not going to do a reform in the middle of this war. Your mercs. I mean, yeah, we have our mercs, but they don't have any cannons. They have 3 cannons. And we do have our subjects as well, so they could help. The trolls could help. Smorgasbord can help. They do have 25,000 troops. They are Tech 12. Yikes. I cannot Madasi anymore. No. You gotta be at peace. Good Dwarfin. None of the... well, Abdel Ledem likes me enough. We could try... hold on. Before we end, let's see. If I... okay. So I can enforce religion on Abdel Ledem. That will start to tick down. And then we can enforce culture. It'll be very expensive. But if we could Madasi Abdel Ledem with their 20-year-old 666, they will catch up on Miltech. That's so funny, dude. 0000666 Orkrend. Built different. Dwarves and mountains are just built different. That's what it is. Then this would be a decent Madasi. They have defensive and quality ideas. They don't have anything great in their national ideas. Morale army's 10% is not bad. Pretty good, in fact. But it'd be a Madasi closer to being up here where people can get stuck on forts with. But we'll do that tomorrow. We'll do that tomorrow. You know, pretty good. I mean, we're committed to it now. We could back out and be like, just kidding. It was just Wex. It was just Wex. But I think we're just going to send it. I think we're just going to send it. All of Canor is going to be pissed. I don't think we can afford to separate piece Dame's Crown out yet. Like early. Because I need to be able to declare war on Goed immediately. There might be an argument to improving with Vrorin March. I don't know if it's going to matter, though. I don't know. We'll be Tech 15. People will be scared of us if they're not Tech 15. And then we just, in one fell swoop, take out the big guys in Canor, and then... oh, that's a big tower car. Then hope that's enough. If it's not, build more troops. Build more troops and make it be enough. All right. Exclamation point VOD to get to the VOD channel. Exclamation point Discord to get to the Discord channel, because that is going to be it for today. Hope you all enjoyed some more Konolkhatep. We'll have to try and get some of our missions done as well while we're in the middle of doing all this. But you know, it's like, it is what it is. We'll get them done when we get them done. The more people we turn into tributaries, the more monarch points we get. The more monarch points we get, the more development I can do. More development I have, more money, then I can get all the stuff. And a lot of it's just waiting, too. Like, I need to own all of Fenguala. So, Earn, Laurent, Neckliffe. Those 3 have got to be done early so we can actually complete that mission so we can continue with our mission tree. All right? That is going to be it for today. I'd like to thank you all for watching, and I hope to see you in the next one.